second part of our talks today. I hope you had a wonderful day today. You are hydrated. You had lunch already. And now we're going to start the second sessions of talks in the afternoon. We're going to start with, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 7 talks today. So hope you are ready for a long, long afternoon of talks. But you'll learn a lot, so that's good. And so we're going to start right now with Mohammed Rashad. I hope I'm saying that good. With AI future arts and AI arts and the future of makers and artists. So welcome to the stage, Mohammed.
Thank you.
You can put the
Okay. Hello, everyone. I switch from here, right? The slides. Okay. So, every one of us somehow, consumes art or produces art in one way or another. So the first thing before starting our discussion is, what is art? For you, for me, for everyone. Art has many definitions. Like every one of us has his own definition of art. Some people maybe see it as an expression of thoughts, like paintings and so. Other people may see it like, our trial to show ourselves to the world, maybe. So, art has so many definitions. For me, I consider it like a way to show our existence to people, to the world around us, because we want people to know us. For myself, for example, I love music, so I show myself through my music and so. Due to art, or due to the existence of art, people want to be original. Every one of us want to be like the new thing, like showing himself in a unique way since our teenage years or something. So the main concern or the main problem with art is the originality of art. Like, take your time. Oh, thank you. Okay. 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 Good. Okay. The main problem with art, as I said, is being original with it. Like exactly for, especially for creators. Like I want to be, original, but also I can be original without being, bad or something like this. People have a problem always, like a paradox between being good and being original. Like everyone is inspired by the previous artist and the previous artist and so on. Like this comic show, like everyone is looking always to the masters. Like we, for example, in the modern days, we always look to Michelangelo and people in the Renaissance. People in the Renaissance were looking to the Greeks. Greeks were looking to the Egyptians. I don't know. Egyptians were looking to maybe Stone Age. I don't know. But the problem is, can you be original and also be creative at the same time? This is one of the main problems of art today, especially with the age of automation of art, which is our main concern today. One thing I like to say, or I like to quote from the artist Paul Gauguin, is art in either plagiarism or a revolution. And you see this a lot. During the whole history, you have maybe 10, 20 iconic artists, Michelangelo, Picasso, Van Gogh, and so. And everyone else is just taking their path for like hundreds of years and trying to copy them. For example, the Renaissance art, you have the classical, neoclassical, and so on. The Egyptian art, you have years of it, Greek art, and so on. So people either, find themselves in one expression of an artist and then start to copy him, till, the idea is consumed or saturated. Or maybe once in maybe a few centuries or a few decades, someone comes with something new to discuss or so. So because of this, because of the idea of being original or trying to be original, and also trying to draw inspiration from artists along the history, we had a problem, or we had a tension between trying to use machines or trying to use tools to improve our art, and between the whole, I can say, conservative art movements. And I would like to maybe show you 2 or 3 examples. which are famous. We all maybe know of them. One is local from my region, Middle East, and the other maybe is global. It's a global phenomenon. So the first one is the autotune. I think all of us know autotune, the one that makes the rappers and the singers' voice change to be good, but they can't sing actually, like maybe a lot of our favorite artists, think Rihanna, Kendrick Lamar, all of these, actually their voices are not, they can't actually, sing. But the autotune makes them sing, even Aurora, okay? So without the autotune or without the incorporation of the autotune, we wouldn't have bypassed the need for, a good voice to sing. These people, maybe they can express our feelings so good, but they don't have the voice needed to, be good singers and so. So are they original? Maybe. Till today, we have many criticism toward using the autotune. And you'll always find videos on YouTube and TikTok about X or Y of singers is not using autotune, he sounds bad. But the thing is, he or she, they don't depend on their sound. They depend on anything else to express their feeling, maybe their dance, their style, or whatever. Another, maybe, huge something that happened in the Middle East around the 60s. We have a singer called Kulthum. Maybe you've heard of her. She is phenomenal in the Middle East. And she was very conservative with the use of instruments and so. So her composer, he's called Abdul Wahab, he was suggesting to use electric guitar in her songs. And she was refusing because this will destroy the soul of Arabic songs and so. And after maybe 2 or 3 years of debate, someone else, bigger than them, got into the debate and favored the use of electric guitar. And now we actually have many good Oriental and Arabic songs because of the use of electric guitars and electric instruments. Maybe some of them, maybe you know some. You have Omar Khorshid from Egypt. He's a famous electric guitarist. Ibrahim Ashtalib from Libya. He's the guitarist of Tinawarin. And Korosh from Iran. All of these people wouldn't have existed or wouldn't have been expressing themselves as artists without the use of electric guitars or the new tool that is, by many guitarists till today, they consider the electric guitar is the, the easy way you can just do anything and get some good riffs and you're a guitarist now. So what's the thing happening today? Like, what is the new thing that people are arguing about the automation of art? And actually, it's something bigger than using autotune to alter your voice. It's maybe bigger than using electric guitar instead of the acoustic guitar. The thing is called GANs. And GANs are an abbreviation for Generative Adversarial Networks. What are these? These are the latest trend in artificial intelligence or in the neural network field. And mainly, it's a neural network where we have two networks or like two computer programs trying to learn, and they play a game together. One of them tries to generate a sample. The first one, the generator, knows nothing, okay? It can produce noise, pure noise. And the discriminator, the other one, tries to cancel this noise or say, no, this is not accepted, go back and try again. And then the generator tries to adjust the parameters, tries to generate something more realistic, more and more and more, till we get something maybe accepted for the discriminator. And then we use this generator in the production or maybe in the real life to generate new art. Okay, so most of the new things that are happening now in the AI art that you may see are basically built around this GAN or generative adversarial network. And it comes with many flavors, like you have maybe the most famous two, the cycle GAN, which transfers styles between images. You can have a zebra and a horse, and I transfer the style of the zebra to the horse. You have the style GAN, which maybe some of you watched it on Facebook or something. The website called People Who Don't Exist. Like you on the website and you find photos for people who are generated by the computer. These photos, like these two babies, they are not real. They never existed and they never will exist. But these things, it was just trials, and mainly they work like the auto-tune and like the electric guitar. They just enhance what exists already. But due to the existence, maybe 5 or 4 years ago, of something called transformer. This transformer is a kind of neural network which caused a huge disruption in the field of AI. And the thing between this one and the previous types of neural networks, previous types of AI, that this one can understand the context. So when you train it on a video, it can understand the video and summarize it for you. When you train it on text, it can summarize the text for you, and so on. It can understand the context between words, between images, between pixels, between maybe voice, something like this. And actually something like this is the main algorithm behind your recommendation system for Spotify, like the weekly playlist that you get every week. Something like this is the backbone of it. So this one can understand context, and when applied to this configuration, so you have the discriminator and the generator who can not only generate noise, but generate noise with context behind them. So I can understand the context between everything, between the frames in a video, between the pixels in the image, and I can understand the features between them. I get these models. You have the Musician, which can generate music. Maybe you can try a service called jukebox.ai. It can generate music. You can say, for example, I want rock music. I want something influenced by Linkin Park or something, and it can generate it for you. And of course, you have the DALL-E 2. You maybe have seen or tried Midjourney or something like this, which generates images for you based on text. So I want to see a fox holding a trumpet, and so I can generate the photo for you. And actually, what caused the problem in the few weeks is Facebook now released something that can generate videos also with text. Not only static images, not only music that is repetitions of something, no, but you can also generate full videos, like maybe 30-second or 40-second videos, just by describing. I want a video of a teddy bear drawing himself. I can generate the video for you, and you will find the video for him drawing himself generated in real time. So this raises a question, a very philosophical and also technical question about where is the art now? So is this art? Is this considered art? Maybe when you see it, you'll see, oh, okay, this is cool, but is this something that reflects, our feelings, our maybe, as I said in the beginning, our need to express ourselves and so? I don't know. So I made something, but I want, before discussing this, to just put a baseline for all of us to understand, even if someone is not familiar with AI and all these methods. All of these models, either they are GAN, transformer, whatever you call it, mainly they are just some fancy optimizers. These models just try to learn some probability distribution around the data set that you give them. I give them 1,000 images, 1,000 videos, 1,000 whatever. They just try to learn the probability distribution that makes this video or this image unique. And this is what we call, as humans, features or style. The style of the images, the style of the audio, or whatever. But they don't understand, even if they understand the concept, the context behind maybe the words or the pixels, they don't understand how this maybe, the depth of it. So when they say, when they see, for example, hundreds of portraits for Van Gogh, they can make a style transfer and then, replicate it on other images. But they don't understand what we understand when we see drawings of Van Gogh. So I made a small survey around my friends, and I will show you maybe 3 or 4 testimonials around multiple people who are considered artists, or I consider them so. They're my friends, so okay. So I asked someone who is a guitarist, writer, painter, and a visual artist who do multiple things with digital art. And I want to relay the information to you about how artists in different ages, like these people are from 21 to 34 maybe years old. So they're around the spectrum of young artists who may use this in their maybe next work or something. And I will then try to say my opinion about whether should we be fearing AI art or AI art should be something that we entertain or use to our benefit. So maybe Mina, my friend, he's a guitarist, he tried jukebox when I told him to try, and he said it's terrifying. You know, it will be good, and it's like being Dr. Dre with the whole music database to produce something from, but it lacks the depth from the guitarist or from the composer. So it can generate cool things, but it doesn't exceed the knowledge or the limitations of the database or the dataset they are trained on. So it can't create something new, like new style or new sensation or something. For him, this tool is just like for prototyping. You can do some audio feeding for yourself, try some ideas and get inspired from it, but it can be used as a replacement for him as a guitarist. Also, Nancy, she's a painter, and she agrees on this. She says that you can use this, especially for young artists, as a tool to prototype. Young artists have a problem to penetrate the market, show their work, and so they can, and also, you know, they have the what's called art block or writer block, something like this. So this can be a way to a starting string, maybe a way to prototype their ideas and take this and paint their own thing or try to do it with their own thing. But I have something here against it, because maybe a month or two ago in USA, someone won an art contest, like a painting contest, with an image made by AI. I think some of you may saw this news. But yeah, he basically went to Midjourney online and typed something. In 2 minutes, he has an image, and he won the contest with this image, without being actually, you know, without doing any art. Actually, he just, you know, wrote some word on it. So maybe it can be used for prototyping, but also it's, you know, can be exploited in a bad way. Like this can be used to exploit the art market. It can be used to exploit competitions and contests and so on. So it's a bit complex for me, actually. Maybe also we have Reem. She's a writer and a journalist, and she says that these tools now, at least for the models that can generate, you know, text, they can put structured words or structured sentences, but they lack the depth or the emotion of the human writer. So they can, yeah, they can generate something, but they can be as emotional as the human writer when he reports a news, when he writes his blog, and so on. Actually, one of the huge, you know, testimonials by one of my friends, he's a visual artist, and I would like to, you know, discuss this with you. And it's a combination between the fast world that we're living on, like the TikTok world, everything is 30 seconds, 1 minute, and so, and between the actual depth of art that exists. Mainly he's saying that, yeah, if you want to maybe bend something about it on your wall, AI will do it for you, but, you know, the difference between getting a Big Mac or something like fast food, and the difference between going to a fancy restaurant and getting this pizza or this pasta, that will change your perspective to food forever. Like, for example, when you come from any part of the world and then come to Asia, you'll find food that will unlock new sensations to you, like new spices, new things. And this will change how you think about food and how you think about, you know, feeling it and cooking it. But, you know, everywhere in the world, you can get a Big Mac and you will be, you know, satisfied and your cola and so on. But these are not, you know, equivalent. Like eating quality food is not equivalent to eating the fast food, okay? The AI art, from his perspective, is made mainly for the short attention span, like the Facebook post that will make you, you know, amazed. Oh, this is made by AI in 2 seconds, great, and you just scroll and forget about it. But it's not made to stay. And the challenge from his perspective and mine also is this AI art that is generated in maybe 0.2 minutes, 2 seconds. How can it stay? Because for the other art, like when you see a sculpture, when you see a painting, when you see a piece of music, it stays because it has an emotional connection with the people. Like when you have this song that has, for example, you know, I don't know, maybe a romantic song. So you are connected to it because it reflects on your past or maybe your present. When you see the sculpture, you admire the painter or the maker of the sculpture and how he was able to, for example, shape the marble. But if this was made in 0.2 seconds by an AI and you don't feel the connection with the person who made the process itself, so what's the connection? Where does this live? From my side, I don't think for now, and with the current technology, this will live to stay. Most of the AI art that we see today has similar style, and it will fade away until we have new technology. And also, he showed a good point, which is my next point or the ending point for this, which is, should we fear like the visual artist, the writer, the guitarist, the whatever? Should they fear the existence of this AI artist among them? Actually, no, because one thing between the currently, at least for the visual artist, for example, graphic designers and motion graphics designers and so on, one thing is the connection between what the client needs and they don't know it. So if you work with any client in the art field, they just want something looking good, but they don't know how to express this good to something, actually in a banner, in a maybe a poster or something. They don't know this, and the job of the artist himself, like the human one, is to understand the brand, understand the event that's happening, and then create a poster like the one, for example, in front of me. So this can be, for now, done with AI, because also we don't have, and this is a big problem, we don't have something to measure art against. So when we are automating something, for example, 3D printing, which is automated and it's considered art, we can measure 3D printing or maybe any digital fabrication method as something good or bad by the quality of the print, the quality of the engraving, and this can be measured by numbers. So I can say this is grade A, B, C, D. But for art and for generated art, how can I say this is a good painting on a scale from 1 to 10? It's very subjective. So AI art for now, and from maybe the point of view of, or the perspective of the people whom I surveyed, it won't take the position of humans anyway soon. Okay, maybe they are biased because they are the artists, but I think so also because, from my side, I think we shouldn't be fighting AI art because it's already everywhere. The only change that's happening now is a change of perspective. So currently we use Photoshop. Photoshop has AI tools and AI methods embedded in it since the 90s, for example. It's called image processing then, and now it's called neural networks, the same thing. Maybe for the audio processing, either it's auto-tune or something else, you also have the automated or the AI process to improve it. If you want to make better visual effects, you use AI to enhance the scene and so. If you want to, even for the art consumer like us, if you want to build a Spotify playlist, the weekly recommendation, the year recommendation, and the enhancement of your playlist, it also uses AI. So actually, the existence of AI in art has been there for maybe 10 years, and it will continue to exist. The thing or the difference that I'm seeing, or the shift that I'm seeing, is with the current methods, maybe in the Photoshop or the other things, AI is an enhancer. Like, it enhances the actual product. You have the songs, I make a better playlist. You have the voice, I make it better with auto-tune, whatever. But the human is always the creator. So the human creates, the AI enhances. No one is having a problem, maybe small ones, but no one is having a major problem with the setup. The shift that is happening now, that we are living in a, maybe a fabric or a continuum of the human and AI together, and they will be both the creator and the enhancer. So now you can use Midjourney to create an image, and then the human will use Photoshop to enhance this image. Or maybe the opposite. So the user will be creating a song and using auto-tune to enhance it. So currently we are shifting between the separation of human as a creator and the AI as the enhancer or the modifier for the art, to both of them being the creators and the enhancers of the art together. Maybe you can consider it something like a mental cyborg, like cyborg in the movie when you replace your arm with a metal one. This is something like this. It's an extension for you. And from my side, and this is my closing word, I think we should be embracing it. Maybe it's now a bit naive, a bit not ready for a large-scale consumption or large-scale production. But I think within maybe 2 years or something, because the AI field is moving very fast and is well-funded, it will be shifted more toward helping these artists, especially young ones, to actually build better things and use this to produce better art. So from my side, I don't think we should be fighting it, but I think that we should be looking for how to incorporate it and also how to keep it ethical, like not using this to hijack the actual art competitions, not using this to hijack galleries or whatever, and keeping the game fair for everyone. So that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohammed, for that incredible talk. Now we're going to continue with our agenda for today. And now we have it here. We have it here. Sitting here. We're going to continue with our next speaker. He's going to talk to us about the state of open science in Africa, how to promote open science and open source hardware in Africa. So welcome to the stage, Frank.
Thank you. How okay. It's app which way? Okay. No problem. No problem. Thank you. Hello everyone. My name is Frank. I'm from Ghana. I am the executive manager for Africa Open Science Hardware, Africa OSH. I don't know how many of you have heard about us. So today we're going to talk about the state of the African open science ecosystem and how to promote open science in Africa. So according to Olusola Bandele, who is the Secretary General for the Association of African Universities, open science is a way to make science have an impact on the community. So it's therefore necessary to contextualize the open science needs of developing countries in the reality of an underfunded scientific ecosystem built on weak scientific infrastructure. So we as humans, we've always found ways to overcome challenges that threaten our environment and our way of life. And we're able to overcome these challenges through our capacity for innovation. An innovation that leads to the invention of new technologies, new methods, new processes, new strategies. And all the information about these new inventions are universal knowledge that is transmitted from generation to generation. That has always been the culture. Our ancestors used to live together in groups and in tribes. And that was how they were able to accomplish tasks like hunting and construction and navigation. So, open science has empowered most young Africans to come up with innovative solutions to their communal problems. So let me tell you a story. Meet Prince. So, Prince is an engineer from Ghana, and he builds open source tracking and monitoring systems for a tricycle ambulance. So let me tell you the background story. In the rural northern parts of Ghana, in Africa, the rural settlers are miles away from the major townships, and these townships host hospitals and clinics. So it makes it difficult for these rural settlers to get medical care. Ambulances are unable to come to these rural settlements, partly due to the nature of the roads and also the distance. What rural settlers do is, in case of a medical emergency, whether it's an injured person or someone is really sick, and in most cases, pregnant women on the verge of delivery, they stuff the pregnant woman or the sick person at the back of a motorcycle between the driver and the caretaker, and then transport them to the nearest hospital. Now, this has resulted in some cases deaths, but in most cases miscarriages. So in 2019, a company called Moving Health and Prince came together with an initiative called the Tricycle Ambulance Initiative. What this tricycle ambulance does is, it's located in the rural settlement, and in case of a medical emergency, the settlers all the settlers have to do is just call the ambulance, and it picks them from their homes to the hospital safely and comfortably. Prince builds a tracking and monitoring system that measures the impact of this initiative. How many patients, how many pregnant women or sick or injured people that this tricycle ambulance has transported from the rural settlement to the hospitals, and how many of the rural settlement this initiative has served. Currently, there are about 15 operational tricycle ambulances which have served over 10,000 rural settlers and reduced miscarriages and deaths. Meet Fazil, the man on the right. Fazil is an engineer and also a lecturer at the Bahirda Institute of Technology and the Bahirda Institute of Technology Makerspace in Ethiopia. Fahir realized that to teach his students engineering, he needed a CNC PCB milling machine, but the cost of the machine was very, very expensive. So what Fazil did was he built one using local materials, 3D printed parts, and recycled plastic. He built it open source, and he also taught his students how to build it. According to Fazil, all his students can build a CNC machine. Now, one of his students was so inspired by what Fazil did that he also built himself an open source drone from local materials. This is the effect and impact of open science on Africans. According to Dr. Johanna Haverman, the advancement of scientific research and the raising of the next generation of scientists in Africa is hugely dependent on science access. The COVID-19 pandemic caused conversations around open science to re-emerge globally, especially in poor resource settings like Africa, where open science is rarely practiced. So, within the past centuries, science has gone through major revolutions in Africa. In medicine, we went from herbs and herbalists to doctors and hospitals, which is great. In communication, we went from using blast of guns and the beating of drums to communicate to the internet, radio, TV, podcast. In agriculture, we went from using pots and calabashes to fetch water from streams and rivers to water our crops, to irrigation systems, to water cans, to sprayers. All these are the improvements and the improvement that has happened in science in Africa during all this time. So, according to UNESCO's report on open science, there are 12 elements of open science. We have open data, open access, citizen science, open infrastructure, open hardware, open laboratories, open source, open innovation, open notebook, open evaluation, open educational resources, and crowdfunding. Now, you would see that three of the elements are in blue and the rest of the 9 are in black. So the blue element represents the elements of open science that has gained some traction in Africa. But these black ones, the elements in black, represent the elements that are yet to gain some traction in Africa, which is really bad. So why is open science important? Before we get into that, I'm sure we all know the story of the Egyptian pyramids, one of the most beautifully constructed structures in history. There are several theories on how ancient Egyptians built these pyramids, but none of these theories have confirmed how Egyptians built these pyramids. But imagine if ancient Egyptians documented the technology they used, the methods, the processes, the tools they used to construct these pyramids. Imagine if that knowledge was transmitted from generation to generation. Imagine the impact it would have on modern science and possibly modern construction. But unfortunately, all that knowledge might be considered lost. So, why is open science important? Now, open science fosters collaboration. The access to knowledge, the increased access to knowledge is grounds for collaboration between researchers, between scientists from various regions of the world to come together and work on national and global issues. Without the barriers of closed knowledge systems and IPs, knowledge can be accessible for everybody. And when knowledge is so accessible, it leads us into a state of constant innovation as we modify, as we reproduce all that knowledge. And it increases efficiency as it reduces duplication of research among researchers in different regions. These are some organizations that are promoting open science in Africa. JOGO, the Just One Giant Lab, I hope you guys know it. JOGO is a community and platform for community science and innovation. Now, JOGO hosts over 7,000 individuals from various communities globally who come together, work together, and find solutions for national and global issues. Africa Open Science Hardware is a community that is dedicated to making open hardware ubiquitous by 2025, and also open innovation, promoting innovation in Africa. Africa Archive is a Pan-African digital repository and preprint server for African research and African researchers. The African European Maker Innovation System, acronym the MAKE project, is an EU-funded project that seeks to promote cooperation and strategic partnership between digital innovation hubs in Africa and in Europe. It is made up of 50% consortium membership of Africans and European organizations. So, some of the objectives of this project is to collaborate, to cooperate and partner with Africans, both Africans and European digital innovation hubs, to create and share business models for maker spaces and digital innovation hubs, to create and share open educational resources, and to create and share an open maker space toolkit for setting up, for managing and equipping and sustaining a maker space or any sort of digital innovation hub. These are a few of the organizations and projects that are promoting open science in Africa. Open access is one of the elements of open science that has gained some traction in Africa. So much that universities, African universities, have started establishing digital repositories in their universities. The University of Pretoria in South Africa, the University of Nairobi in Kenya, Nigeria, the University of Nigeria in Nigeria, the University of Ghana in Ghana, are some of the many universities that have digital repositories in their universities. Despite all amazing things these institutions and these projects are doing, open science still faces some challenges in Africa. The first one being funding. There is a lack of deliberate and reliable funds for open science in Africa. Africa, unfortunately, has a very weak scientific infrastructure. Scientific infrastructures are the platforms, the resources that allows scientists and scientific communities to develop cutting-edge innovation and research. But unfortunately, in Africa, there is a weak scientific infrastructure. And to increase the value and reliability of African scientific research, there is a need to support the African scientific structure, from supercomputers to state-of-the-art labs to state-of-the-art equipment. There's also a lack of education and awareness and incentives for open science practices. There is a lack of a continental and national awareness and education on open science practices in our universities among researchers. The few researchers that know about open science practices are hesitant to practice it due to the complexities of transparency that comes with open science as compared to traditional practices, which gets them results and published quicker. There is a lack of incentives for open science practices also, which makes these researchers stick to traditional practices. Also, there is a lack of policies that support open science frameworks in Africa. In the European Union, for example, there is a well-coordinated policy and program on open science. The availabilities of policies and the provision of funds has empowered open science in Europe. So, how do we solve these challenges that face open science in Africa? There is a need for national and continental policies and action frameworks for open science. According to Joy Owango, who happens to be the executive director at the Training Center in Communication at the University of Nairobi, out of the 1,074 global open science mandates, only 36 are in Africa. There is a need for policies to regulate open science in Africa. And advocacy on open science practices and incentives. Open science needs to be preached, needs to be encouraged. The importance and benefits of open science needs to be told among researchers in our schools and in the universities. Also, financial incentive, funds available for open science practices, legal incentive need to be put in place to convince, to promote open science practices in Africa, and also funding. Africa, the scientific ecosystem in Africa is built on weak scientific infrastructure. There needs to be a reliable, sustainable fund that is dedicated to promoting open science in Africa. That way, we can have more prints and we can have more faziles come from Africa. I'd like to sign off with a quote from Helen Keller, which says, "Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much." Thank you.
Thank you, Frank, for that amazing talk. I don't know if we have Regina here. Regina, you are here. Are you going to connect your computer here? Is that okay? Okay, you can come on stage. So, what? Well, Frank ended a couple of minutes before, so it's fine. Okay. no, they are changing it also. No, that's you. So just play. You want to see? I think it's like some of these ones that are not. Okay, so we welcome now to the stage Regina Sipos, and she will delight us with her talk on how critical makers propose alternative futures. So welcome to the stage, Regina.
Thank you so much. I will do my best to delight you. Right, so hi everyone. Hi. And welcome to this session on how critical makers propose alternative futures. I'm going to be doing some weird, just clicking here instead of the clicker, sorry about that. So in this talk, my plan is to give you a brief introduction to the Critical Making Participatory Research Project, which is an EU-funded project. And then I would like to highlight a few cases of critical maker projects that we have worked with and we're very, very proud of. And finally, I will extend an open invitation to researchers and makers as well to join us in our endeavor, because we really try to provide people with as many useful resources and sources of knowledge and tools as possible. And then I really hope that we'll have a little bit of time for Q&A, but let's see. So what is the Critical Making Consortium? Right. So we, as researchers, I don't think that I need to explain making to you, obviously not. But what I want to say, a little bit of a background in terms of why we are interested in maker communities. So we actually see a lot of potential in individual maker communities around the world. So they don't necessarily need to be part of like a big movement or something like that. And not only are we interested in these individual maker communities because they offer new opportunities for anyone to contribute to the vast number of open source innovations, but also because we believe that through these activities, they are actually democratizing innovation, which is a big thing, taking into account how innovation has been done for the past couple hundreds of years. So originally the term was developed as an innovative scholarly practice for engineers by Matt Ratto, who was really looking at new ways of teaching engineers how to think critically or with the help of critical theories. And then Garnet Hertz extended it as a critique of mainstream maker culture. And he wanted to bring it closer back to this countercultural way, hacker ethics of DIY and making things. But also he's been always thinking in terms of like a critical design. And so my co-author Vicky Wenzelman and me were at some point starting to look at whether critical making was something that was found in grassroots innovations, and especially in diverse communities around the world. Okay, if anyone wants to actually read any of this, then I can send you I'm sorry that the quality is so bad. But yes, this is kind of depicting the background and the consortium of researchers, makers, of course, facilitators, and social innovators we've been bringing together to look into the potentials of maker movement for critical and socially responsible making, and to explore how these communities can offer new opportunities for young makers of all genders to contribute to an open society. And we, of course, are also aiming to depart from a research perspective that is influenced by Western and an academia-centric view on responsible research and innovation, which is an EU-based framework to kind of make innovation and also research more responsible. So we are trying to look at and to also shift the academic attention to grassroots innovation processes that take place in maker spaces around the world on a global level. So for that, a bunch of us came together from different places around Europe mainly, I have to say, which is a little bit sad, but then we also have our global co-researchers, so we're not so extremely Europe-centric. And our actual work focuses on gender. So how can makers and maker communities become more inclusive in terms of gender? Also, how can we change education, especially in Germany, but also around the world, to include more critical maker skills in education that is available for everyone? And we're also looking at openness and with a specific focus on and support of open hardware. I will tell you a little bit more about that later. But first, I wanted to present a few cases that we're working with. And I'm going to look at these and explain them along the lines of the core values of critical making. These core values have been co-created with about 50 makers from around the world. And so, of course, our definition builds on Matt Ratto's and Garnet Hertz's idea towards critical making, where critical thinking and making is combined. But we also understand that there is, especially in outside of the academic world, there is way more to it. So the 6 core values are openness, in that sense that critical making promotes open collaboration, including the sharing of skills and knowledge, and boosts creativity in the ecosystem of makers by making processes and results accessible. It is also local and connected, in the sense that it happens locally, working on the ground, and adapted to a particular socio-cultural context. Thereby, critical making implies an engagement with local communities as well as global networks. So critical makers think globally and act and make locally. Critical making is also social and diverse, reflects on the social dimensions of making, the living realities of those persons involved and concerned, as well as the ethical implications of the work that's being done. Critical making thereby addresses societal challenges and needs, and that's why it's so important to strive for diversity and inclusiveness. Critical making is also reflexive, so it rethinks and reconstructs dominant cultures and structures from a critical stance, reflecting on underlying power structures and especially their implications on the practice. It is also impactful, so it aspires to really make a difference and seeks to improve life and build a sustainable future. And it's joyful and meaningful. This is something we talked about a lot. All this as, you know, us kind of trying to force responsibility onto maker communities, we realized that it was kind of taking the joy out of the practice. So we think that critical making is still and nevertheless about the joy of making, but it also adds meaning to it. So what is critically made is made with a specific purpose of an individual or social kind. Right, so now over to our cases. Again, the research that we've been doing has been really focusing on participatory research and participatory design, but we also have been trying to just pull ourselves out of the equation as much as possible, because we know that, you know, a Western influence on other people's work is not necessarily always needed or wanted. Yeah. So the first case this is in the gender bracket for us, but I think as you're going to see, a lot of different things are going on in kind of like cross-case actions as well. So the Go Sanitize project was a project that started during the COVID-19 crisis, and due to a dependency on imported goods during the COVID crisis, the price of hand sanitizers became unaffordable for local communities. I'm sure that a lot of you have actually seen this happen. So we've been following a project that aimed to produce high quality and safe hand sanitizers from locally available resources. And Google's ICT, which is an established community of women, involved chemistry teachers from secondary schools and also local female brewers in the production of these hand sanitizers. They also had a virtual knowledge exchange workshop with another community in Cameroon, and they wanted to find out how to optimize the production methodologies and quality control. But most importantly, and what is critical for us here, is that the local brewers who actually used to brew beer before But then suddenly, because no one could actually leave their homes anymore, there was, of course, a lot less need for alcohol because there were a lot less parties. They kind of lost their main source of income. And so the idea here was that by switching to a different kind of alcohol production, for hand sanitizers would still provide them with some source of income, right? But most importantly, of course, they also were contributing to saving people's lives. So this project reflected on the importance of local needs, resources, and participants, but it has also reflected on the local cultural context. And it was connected because it didn't try to reinvent the wheel, especially through these exchanges. They decided to turn to other people who already knew what they were doing and organize this knowledge exchange with other experts. And of course, it's social and diverse because it addressed specific and urgent societal needs, especially involving female brewers in the process. Right. Unfortunately, our friend Ira from HONF is, I think, not here yet, but this is a project that she has been doing with HONF. So the second gender-focused case is the Inclusive Lab in Yogyakarta, initiated by HONF and a couple of other local people. And so this so-called caretaker camp was organized as one of 3 different formats to help caretakers, specifically mothers, become involved in making. The workshop, it was targeted at mothers and their children who first got introduced to different fields according to their interest, including circuit bending, biohacking, digital fabrication, but also open source hardware and some basic coding of some components. And then they actually started working on their own ideas, and I heard that some of them became really, really competitive, and others just wanted to be creative. And the main guiding themes here were sustainable materials, prototyping different devices, environmental and ecological art also, and design and digital art, which I believe is due to the media art background of HONF. And finally, exhibitions were organized where the work was presented and discussed. So of course this is local because HONF is working with local collectives and the local community, local mothers, local children, and they reflected on local social and environmental issues. But it was also connected because they actually worked together with an Austrian community, Ms. Balthazar's Lab, which was one of the first feminist hacker spaces in Europe. And the work that was the outcome of this workshops was also actually presented there. Right, now circling back a little bit to Europe, but also other remote regions, because we're not the only ones with remote regions, obviously. So this presentation would really not be worth anything without talking about the beautiful Big Blue Fab Mobile that was initiated by my friend Vicky Wenzelman. And she, I think, has not arrived yet, but she will be around. And exactly, so the way that we are looking at mobile makerspaces is their capacity to educate people, especially in rural areas. So these are, of course, excellent ways not only to deliver maker tools to different places, but also to deliver the knowledge and the workshop and so on and so forth to places where these would normally not get to. And so, of course, they can function as like a pop-up open workshop or meeting place for young and old people anywhere. And as I said, we're, of course, really trying to focus on like an international level. But at the same time, in Germany, we have exactly as many problems connecting makerspaces and schools and rural areas as much as we have anywhere else around the world. And so to lower the barriers for collaboration, offering mobile workshops and courses is often a key to integrating critical making content in the, just on time. Yes. The Vicky Wenzelman I've been talking about for the past 15 minutes. Right. So the idea with the German project is that, of course, it wants to foster collaboration between makerspaces and schools in the countryside in Germany. But of course, it also just keeps on bumping into a lot of problems with bureaucracy and a lack of tools and knowledge in schools. So that's what it has been focusing on. And so together with the Fab Lab from Oberland, which is in the south of Germany, and the Technical University of Berlin, we have been working on providing a small collection of critical making workshops, which can then be offered in schools, facilitated either by teachers themselves or in collaboration with either local makerspaces or with mobile Fab Labs like this one. Right. So of course, in terms of the principles, these mobile Fab Labs are open because they share open knowledge, open hardware, open educational resources. They're also connected because of the exchange and collaboration with local schools and administration. And they're social and diverse because they create lower barriers for access for kids from very, very different and diverse social backgrounds. And with that, I would also like to invite you, if you're interested in mobile makerspaces, to the fantastic panel session on Tolokar, the humanitarian mobile makerspaces in Ukraine, on the 19th of October at 4 p.m. Don't miss it. I think it's going to be on this same stage here. Right. Now to another educational resource that we've been working on, which is kind of a meta workshop. The solution itself is very, very simple. I still think it's pretty cool and everyone loves it, but the idea behind it is not that you learn to make something, but the discussions and especially the resources for educators that we've been creating around them. So again, this is a project with the Fab Lab Oberland, the Technical University of Berlin, and the Junge Tüftlerinnen, Young Tinkerers. It's an NGO based in Berlin, working on maker education in schools. And so what was created was this critical making meta workshop for educators, teachers, and young people to kind of experience and get to know critical making in a hands-on way. And so the idea is that while they're engaging in the making activity, which is kind of putting together this very, very simple flashlight from parts that are laser cut and with copper tape and a battery, extremely simple, the teachers and the trainers give input on the principles of critical making and discuss these in the group. And so through these workshops, the idea is to encourage teachers and educators and to experience on how to incorporate making in their curriculum and also how to include a critical perspective and reflection into the activities. And at the same time, through these workshops, we're also gathering input for our critical making manifesto, which I will also tell you a little bit more about later. Right. So it is really a simple, fun activity, we hope. So it is supposed to be joyful, but also meaningful in that sense that there is an exchange around, why do we really need to laser cut something? Do we really need to make these things? Where does our copper come from? Can we actually source it in a sustainable way? What does our making do to the environment? Right. So we have two more cases which are coming out of our open hardware mentorship program. And so they're both, I think, very simple but kind of ingenious approaches to discussing and maybe solving some societal problems, or at least, turning people's attention to them. So this first project was inspired by the daughter of Brazilian makers during the pandemic, when, of course, schools were shut down and also schools and kindergartens were closed. So, yeah. Parents were stuck at home with their children. And so even though you might consider education as a fundamental human right, for a lot of communities it was actually extremely limited due to the lack of access to technology. I'm sure you've heard of the project of Saad Chinoy, who just arrived in time, who has been together with his beautiful team, refurbishing laptops in Singapore for school children who didn't, because you might imagine Singapore as a place where everyone has a laptop, but it's of course not necessarily the case. So, so that was one approach. But then, of course, for small children who couldn't go to the kindergarten, projects like these, very analog and hands-on projects, needed to be developed. And so this project basically, you can see it in that corner, was creating these toys that would help them learn on multiple levels. So of course it is something, because it's a very hands-on way to put these puzzle back together. It was supposed to train their motoric skills, extremely important, especially in early childhood. But also the idea was to help their parents teach them about their own cultural heritage. So these puzzles were actually designed in the reflecting on the cultural heritage of different communities. And of course it's using sustainable materials and also local laser cutters. So people who had access to maker spaces would be able to reproduce these. Of course, the files are shared openly, as it has to be, and the team is currently, as of course schools and kindergartens are opening again, the team is in discussion with other communities and cities to develop custom versions of this puzzle to kind of reflect on their own heritage and what they want to share with the children. And the last project we've been working with and supporting is this beautiful locally made solar charger, which is currently being created with the help of the Critical Making Mentorship Program. It's being created by Dawa Edina Hillary, and she's a South Sudanese refugee in the Rhino Camp refugee settlement in Uganda. And what this project actually reflects on, it might seem like a simple, of course, necessary solution, but what it does is it uses locally available materials as much as possible to build solar LED lights, and also includes a phone charger. And so the importance of this project is it helps especially women to charge their phones, pretty straightforward, right? But the background of this is that residents are forced often to travel almost 90 kilometers for energy services and products. And the paid charging centers in the settlement, they charge devices on a first-come, first-served basis, which can be really tricky for women who are especially bound to, they have these tight schedules to household chores. And there are, of course, also women who just simply cannot afford the charging fee to charge their phones. It's also a question of security. Travel is not necessarily safe. So the idea is to not only build this, but also to train women in the community how to build the chargers. And potentially in the long term, the idea is to also create business models for this so that they can generate some income. Right, so I just wanted to reflect a little bit on the projects that I showed you, because I know that they're really quite, or many of them are really quite different from the projects that are normally, or that I've been seeing presented here. And so while some of these projects from around the world might not seem like a typical maker project, we still wanted to share them with you because we believe that they represent real grassroots social innovation type of critical making. And even if some of them don't use electronics, people are making things through other means. And we believe that these are representations of the potential of critical making for emergent realities. Because in this sense, they also create alternative futures in which innovation and creation is democratized and is reflecting upon the local socio-political and also the socio-economic realities, as you've heard, of the communities who make critically. Right, and as promised, we have some ongoing activities still until July next year. And I also wanted to share some resources with you and some ways on how to get involved with us. Based on our case actions, which, as I mentioned, are centered around gender inclusion, openness, and education, I will now present you some of these resources. Right, so first our gender inclusion team asked me to show you some of the resources that they have been working on to make making more gender inclusive, such as their inspirational stories for gender inclusive making, really just projects and fantastic people from around the world. Then we also have their guidelines that have been co-created with makerspaces on how to create a more welcoming makerspace for all, more inclusive makerspaces. And finally, they also have a collection of programs, projects, and organizations that represent gender inclusive making. And here, I would like to invite you, if you have any activities or any projects that you want to share with them or get featured on this page, then please feel free to visit the link on the bottom there. And you can also just come and chat with me after this session, obviously. Right. As I mentioned, we also have a critical making mentoring program. The applications for which are already closed, and so the mentoring program has started. But in the name of openness, we're of course sharing the mentoring sessions with everyone around the world. So this mentoring program is based on the sustainable making principles, which have been co-designed and co-created by an international group of makers at the DOTS event in 2019 in Kenya. So the 5 key points of this are represented in also in our in this mentoring program. So the first he's right there. The first 2 mentoring sessions already took place. The first mentoring session was done by the fantastic Sat Chinoy, who is, I'm sure, happy to tell you more about what what he presented there and how he believes that we can actually make things that make sense. But if you're too shy to talk to him, then you can also watch the video footage of this, either on that YouTube, very long YouTube link, or under the We Are Geek channel. You will always find these. Right, and then the second workshop that also already took place on sharing how you make by Emilio, who is around, but I think he's not here right now. And so we actually have 3 more of these workshops coming up, and we would like to really cordially invite you to all of them on including ecosystem services, how to give back more than what you take from the environment, how to integrate local knowledge, so building from within the community by working with local practices, materials, and traditional resources by the amazing Georgia Nicolaou, and finally building for continuity, design for the present and the future, build on social capacity, and how to aim for financial self-sufficiency. Again, these are some of the key points of sustainable making that we believe that every open hardware project should know about. Right, and the final thing, we would like to invite you to help us shape the Critical Making Manifesto for Education. This is something that we want to release as a poster next year, and we will of course send at least 1 copy and a bunch of stickers and other cool things to all the collaborators around the world. So come help us shape this, and you can do that by going on our website, criticalmaking.eu. On Twitter, you can also find us, and of course, if you just come talk to me, I'm happy to give you a card. And thank you very much for the black screen. Thank you very much for your attendance and interest. So we did plan a little bit of a Q&A. I don't know if there's any questions. Yeah, exactly. We have more than enough time, so. Do we have any questions, or just want to come talk to me separately? Oh, good. Thank you very much then.
Thank you, Regina. Well, that was a delightful talk, for sure. Uh, so now we're continuing with the agenda of the day. I think we're really ahead of time on everything. So I don't know. That's good. I don't know if that's good or bad. But following up, let me set up the stage first, and then I'll introduce you to our next speaker. Okay? No, no, no. Hi, everyone. We're going to do a little break. So we'll return to our regular agenda in 15 minutes. So you can go to the toilet, get a little water, or join another session if you want. But we'll be back in 15 minutes. So we will restart at 4 here at the rice field with the program's scheduled talk. So if you want to go and do anything else, you can do it now. And you can join us back here at 4. Thank you. this afternoon. Thank you for staying. You can join Loca later in the day if you want. So we're going to continue with the schedule, and we have now, I'm going to present you a delightful, well, it's not, it's maybe a different type of talk, I would say, from Jens de Wolf with Dialectic Worlds. So welcome to the stage, Jens.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to do a little different talk, indeed. I'm going to talk about dialectic worlds. And first of all, I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to put some statements to some questions. And if you guys resonate with them in any way, raise your hand. So the first question is what if we all lived in modular co-housing structures? Okay, next one is what if everyone had the opportunity to modify their bodies? What if our economy was based on the basic needs of people? All right, I see some of them, some raised their hands, others didn't. But so these were some questions we all were thinking about in Dialectic Worlds. Dialectic Worlds is an art project that we did, a co-creative art project where we designed a LARP, a live-action role-playing, where inside the LARP we created a protopian future. So I am Jens, by the way. I am a community builder and an art educator at NerdLab, NerdLab being some kind of sort of a makerspace. And together we did it also with XRT, which is an art community doing stuff with XRT, XR technologies. But first I'm going to show you a video so you have like an idea of what the hell happened.
With your own values, with your own thoughts, and only with your own concept. Lots of communal space. I think we still need some time for reflection. Inspirational and
Symbiotic with nature.
symbiotic with nature.
Yes. We have a good pronunciation.
Lots of communal space. Not your average life. Not your average life. Process one is the code. Largely, I think they are open source. We have 12 already. What's the
So this was actually the main question we thought about when we were creating this live action role playing. It was, how can we combine digital tools and our physical nature in enabling us to become more deeply connected with one another. So that was the idea, and we started it by doing it co-creative. So everything was in a co-creation workshop that we eventually created this live action role playing. But I say co-creative, but I first need to explain a little bit what NerdLab is, so you have a good understanding of what this project actually, how it came about. So what is NerdLab? Somebody of our community said, when I first came into the lab, it's like I can be my unapologetically myself. Nothing is obligated and everything goes. So it's like a safe space where you just can be. It's a community. These is some of the community members. We made this with a Game Boy camera. Does somebody still know, like the Game Boy Color? You have a camera of it. Beautiful pictures. So this is our community from a week ago, a party that we did. But actually, this is the main thing that we want to do. We are a safe space where everyone is welcome and everyone has the freedom to experiment, to learn and develop new skills and talents on art and technology. That's it. It's just a school that's really not a school. We do different projects where we ask the participants that they are responsible for their own learnings. So we don't say, oh, we are going to make this. We say, oh, this is maybe a challenge, or this is a theme that we are working on. So, and we ask the participants, okay, what are we going to make? What do we want to get out of it? So you are responsible for your own learnings. So experiment is like the core of what we do. As well with the LARP experiment, with the dialectic worlds, experimentation was at the core. We experiment with our organization, how it's structured. We experiment with the projects, and we also experiment with different methodologies. As you can see with dialectic worlds, the methodology of LARPing. How can we use it in futures thinking? This is one project, so it's not always like digital. This was a project where the challenge was, how can we create robotic prosthetic arms for people who have limited access to healthcare? And we made it with Khalid, somebody from Voom VZW, which is an organization in Ghent, in Belgium. This was during COVID times. We created our home virtually, Virtuology, which is it looks like a cult. It may be a cult, but it is very nice. Some different pictures. But these are, in the projects that we do different, this is how we level our skills. So we have, in our projects, we do things with social skills, creative skills, and technological skills. That's actually how we always structured everything. But you choose actually what skills you want to get out of it. If you say, oh, I really want to learn more about 3D modeling, or I want to learn more about robotics, then you do that in that project. You want to learn more about brainstorming techniques, then you do that. We also do different exposition and parties, because we show what we made. This is our virtual lab, by the way, because in Corona we couldn't go physically, so we made it digitally. You can always visit it on the website. And of course, everything ends with Bring Your Own Beamer, which is an open source art exposition where you bring your own beamer and show what you want. But now back to dialectic worlds. I hope you have some understanding of how the things work. Now, what are the skills that we learned in dialectic worlds? First of all, the creative skills. We learned futures thinking about different futures. How would we live in those futures? We thought about how to build a new city together, a new protopian city together. We used scaffolding in a way to show and not tell what we want to build. You saw it in the video where they all scaffolded with different materials. We used shape, color, and movement into creating an immersive environment. the ones who were at like the back seat, not inside the LARP, they worked with Blender and created different shapes. What they would set in the LARP happened like on the beamers. The social skills were be open towards differences, because we discussed a lot. Working together towards new futures, dividing roles inside the LARP, which was very important, and of course active listening, because you were always active listening during the LARP, but also outside of the LARP. Because maybe you want to tell that as well, we had a LARP inside the theater, but we also lived together outside of the LARP, and that's when we reflected, we talked about new futures, we talked about how we made these things and what we would do differently. So the tech skills, maybe this is a little bit more familiar for you guys. So we used a lot of Blender. We love Blender. Blender is amazing. And we used Blender in a way to video map different stuff inside the LARP. So we had interactive visuals, everything what happened inside the LARP. So we connected different sensors. And if some people were stomping somewhere, it created some visuals on the walls and on the ground. Or if somebody says, I want to have different prison cells, so everything went visually to prison cells for some reason, maybe. We built modular wooden structures to change the environment inside the LARP, and of course 3D modeling. How the whole LARP came about actually is we had different parts. First, we co-created with different people world growing, which is where we think about what world could we make where our LARP would be settled in. So it's how to think about a new society where the people of the LARP could play in. That we did in IKEA, because what better place to think about new futures than IKEA? So we got together with a group of people in IKEA, and we asked them to find a place inside the store where they felt the most at home. You see somebody chilling there, and then they had to do an interview with somebody else of the group in order to get the answers to find a different world. The different frameworks that we used then was one of, maybe you guys know this framework, it's from Kent Pai, and it's a framework on how human experience in virtual reality is being done. It's just a framework where we took it as like a basic to design different questions. For example, on the question of virtual goods or resources, you could ask somebody what do you find valuable, or what do you see value is, for example. And with all those questions, we used another framework called the pathetic dot theory, which is like a framework where individual lives are being regulated by 4 forces. And we used those 4 forces to design our world where we could do our LARP in. Then the other part, so we had, that was world growing, then we had story building. And in story building, you build a story. So you think about, okay, we have our world where our LARP is settled in, but what's the LARP about? What's like the main goal of the LARP? What are the characters? What should happen inside the LARP? And we did do this kind of exercise also with different people, co-creative, but we didn't do it like a regular workshop because we felt that was really not the way we want to do it. We organized a dinner party. And during the dinner party, there was this first course, and then we had an exercise about the first times you eat something, setting the mood of the different courses that came ahead. So each course were different exercises to create a story together. Like you see, there's a lot of clay involved. Clay has been like the main thing during dialectic worlds. And of course, how to create characters. We designed it in a framework of archetypes of Carl Jung. He created different archetypes where people could fit in, and this was like for us our basis to create different characters that eventually the LARPers will use to create their own character. Then of course we have a world, we have our story, we have our characters, but how can we create this world immersively? That's what the building days, the make days were. And we made actually inside the 404, which is like a theater place in Ghent in Belgium. And we made, we created this world over there with different ideas. So we used different prototyping stuff. You see, everything was done with like, with beamers and beaming on different objects to create new ways of showing a world. Over there, the last picture is eventually you had a big structure in the middle where there was a big pile of clay where people could use the clay to shape different objects inside the new world they want to build. These were all just prototypes. Eventually the LARP, and the LARP was done. You saw the video was 4 days straight where we got together inside LARP. Everybody had their own character and they discussed different stuff inside the LARP to create their own new protopian future. These were different photos of that. And you see here, I was one of the guys who were outside of the LARP. We supported everything that happened inside the LARP. And of course, those two guys you see over there, they were the ones who were doing all the visual work and doing the interactive visuals and creating music as well. Eventually, the LARP ended, and we also wanted to show it to the outside world. So that's what we did. Eventually, we have had our world created inside this theater place, and then we showed it towards the world. Everybody who wanted to see it was welcome. Now, why should you guys care? Which is the big question, because okay, pretty project, very nice, cool. What is it for me? So I want to tell you guys maybe a little bit more on the methodology, why using live action role playing, improvisational theater is interesting to create new ideas, to create new futures, to build new ways of thinking. And these are like the main keys. So first of all, you play and you learn a lot in play. Somebody inside the LARP says, during the time I was playing somebody else, I learned a lot more about myself. You learn also during play, it's not that serious, so you can be more like, shout crazy stuff that will never happen. But it's interesting to think about. What if, I don't know, what if everybody had to undergo some dictatorship where you only could wear white socks? How would the world look like? Interesting to think about. Also, futures thinking is a thing that's already been booming lately, but I think that in a way with this LARP you do futures thinking in a much more embodied way, because now mostly you see settings where you do a workshop, you get some post-its, you put some stuff on post-its, and then you talk about the post-its. Very nice, but also very boring. So we suggested you do futures thinking in a more embodied way. If you say something, let's say make this, then just immediately play it out. So you have more ways of like co-creative problem solving. The mix of creative, tech, and social skills are being done in a more organic way, because there's so much going on when you create a LARP that everybody can do something. Everybody can choose, oh, I want to learn this, or I want to do this. And inside our LARP, there was a very nice example of somebody who was who had like they did not had the capacity to use language in a very technologically way, and they had problems to LARP it out with the other people. But we still got him involved to maybe learn a little bit more about light technicians, and he programmed lights in a very basic way and learned about programming in a very basic way, but also together with somebody who was then programming in Blender to have interactive visuals, which is a nice way to make them together. Yeah, it's experience-based learning, but the importance is that you reflect. That's why after the LARP, we always got home somewhere where we sit by a campfire and we reflected on the LARP that happened, and we thought about the things that maybe should happen the next day. So we always were reflecting on what I did, on what you guys did, on what we did, and how can I learn from what I just did. That was a lot to do inside the LARP. And then at the end, futures thinking, or LARPing, and then futures thinking inside LARPing. If you do it well, everyone feels safe to say and do whatever they want. Because with LARPing, the one most important thing with LARPing is that everyone should feel safe. So you guide them in every way in order that they feel safe. So with us, that's what we did as well. Eventually, at the end of the LARP, everyone was just saying the most crazy ideas, which was very nice. So what's next? What do we want to do with this? We want to make this methodology open source, and we want to really invite everybody to experiment with this methodology as well. Maybe in another way, maybe in a more smaller way, but experiment with LARPing or role-playing and futures thinking, and maybe making in the process. And we want to teach people how to make their own dialectic worlds. I want to end with actually just putting everybody on here who work together on this LARP, because first of all, it's really a community project. First, it was just the three of us, Camille, me, and then Lucas, and eventually a lot of other people got involved and really took up their own organization inside this project. So that's what we really want to create. And these were all the LARPers. Very nice people, definitely. So eventually, where can you find us? On the website, on NerdLab, you can find a lot of different stupid, cool stuff that we do. And of course, XRT, the things that they always do, you can find it on their website as well. You can always contact me as well on there. But really, I invite you guys to play, continuously playing and doing futures thinking and doing LARPing in the process, and of course making in the process as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will now continue with our next talk. We have Assis here. There you go. So welcome Assis to the stage. Let me prepare his presentation a little bit lighter. And he will be presenting us the results, making and mending medical devices in Syria. Welcome Assis.
Thank you.
I think it's not.
Okay, hello everyone. Hi. Okay, my name is Aziz Wadi. I'm from Jordan, and my background is in production and industry. I used to work with Field Ready for 5 years, and now I am working in the Ukraine response. So today I'm going to show the results about one of the projects that was completed by Field Ready in North Syria. And it was about like repairing and making medical items and devices. So as a start, I'm going to show some facts about the project we have completed. It was in Syria for 2 years, funded by the HGC Transition to Scale. And we have a bunch of outcomes that we should consider now that we will compare to the results we concluded or we had at the end of the projects. We saw the outcomes was to save 1,000 or 10,000 lives and to enable 30,000 people to access the innovation we are working on, plus to the other outputs like engaging local capacity, facilitate remote support, and they provide health infrastructure for 200 repairs and at least 35 new items, and of course achieve cost effectiveness. So the project is to collect data about the current situation in North Syria in medical facilities, and then to start repairing and making new items to support the medical services on the ground. So we started by working in a rapid site assessment. We collected information about all facilities in the region we are interested in. We questionnaire 43 different facilities. And after that, working on those and on the data we collected, we completed the need prioritization. So after defining the needs, we decided to work in 20 different health facilities, and we figured like something for 540 plus broken items. This is like where the first steps in the project, and now I'm going to show you about how to talk about a little bit about the results and about the project we completed. So after like 2 years of working, we succeeded to work in 28 different medical facilities. And we were able to repair 215 medical items and to deliver 39 new products to medical facilities. 39% of those items were working as designed, and like the 7% they were reported to have a problem, and then we went back to the facility and repaired everything again, but we kept this number as indication. On average, each device was used 27 times per day, and on average each use was for 3 to 4 hours. About the users and the accessibility for the innovations we worked on, like more than 100,000 persons were using the innovation, and thus the graphs below shows the percent for females and males for the users. And 3,000 of those people were people with disability or impairment, and almost 60,000 lives were improved. And like the improvement of lives was the question is how to define that someone's life was improved or no. So we set like some type of criteria to decide on this, and we collected information using like 6-week and 6-month follow-ups. "900 persons from medical practitioners used our innovation. 34% of them were females, and in addition to the use of the innovation, we worked on training the practitioners in the medical field to use our innovations. So we conducted a training on the best practices on using medical devices for 270 practitioners from the medical field. And in fact, this is really an important thing because many devices were broken because of the misuse. So we tried to train people who are using those devices to work on them in the right way and to use them as they are built to be. So just to make sure that no device will be broken because of misuse or something similar. And after that, we conducted 2 separate trainings for health workers and local manufacturers. We had 2 trainings. The first one was about principles and guides for medical devices maintenance, and it was conducted for 4 days, for a couple of times, 2 sessions, each one for 4 days. And the other one is medical equipment, local manufacturing and repairs. We had 1 session for 2 days. And this was a part of engaging local capacity in making and repairing medical devices, as trying to build on the local capacity to enable people to work and to have like local supply chain for repairing and supplying medical devices needed. For the cost effectiveness, we had studied 52 samples from the items we repaired and delivered as new items, and the average cost the average cost reduction was almost 80% on average for all items taken as samples. So those were the results for our project, and if we go back to the first page, we can see that we exceeded those numbers we multiplied those numbers. So for the first one, like 10,000 lives saved, we almost reached like 100,000. And for 30 person using and has access to the innovation, we almost reached like 60,000. For the number of repairs, 200, we completed 215, and for the 35 new items, we completed 39 items. That was a short talk, but so I wanted it to be really short because I know you guys like been listening from the morning, and it's a good idea to have things like any graphs. It's more like informative. So, any questions? Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Just to say, I've got an interest in this project, so because I was part of the organization that did it. So, could you say a little bit about what the kind of medical devices you were fixing were, and a little bit about the makerspace that was set up in Syria to help the engineers fix all these medical devices, and for the 80%, just so everybody knows what we're comparing it to, is the cost of replacing the equipment. Like normally in a disaster response, you just fly in new equipment. What these guys were doing was fixing broken equipment, and that's, if it's 80% cheaper, you can help 5 times as many people for the same money. So it's a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Andrew. Like for the medical devices, we almost worked on everything that's available inside hospitals. For example, we worked on incubators, on blood testing equipment, and everything we can repair, we worked on. And also we built many products that were really important and strategic to many machines. For example, we built like for the CT scan, equipment or the CT scan machine. In a couple of hospitals, they have a problem that the CT scan they have, it keeps like heating up and stop working because of the heat of the machine itself. So we built 2 chillers or 2 cooling machines for each CT scan, and now they are working really in a good way, on a good shape. In addition to that, in addition to repairing medical devices and to starting new products, we also started making and repairing, so those people can now go to the maker space and print whatever they want for the machine, a cover or a gear or whatever missing part for any equipment, and they can start and put the machine back into work and make benefit to other people.
Thanks very much for the presentation. Could you say a little bit about the people who are doing the repair work and like, did you find people who already had the skills to repair these medical devices, or were you training them? And if so, what was their previous background?
Yeah, so we had a team of 4 engineers in North Syria, and they were working on repairing and making new items. Like they have some experience in medical field, but for some people, like some of them were more experienced in the medical devices than others, so they transferred the knowledge to each other. But later on, we trained hospitals staffs, and people from the local manufacturers to work on the same thing: how to repair and how to think about repairing a device, and how to think about replacing and making a part and replacing it instead of like buying it from abroad or looking for it from another country. So like that stuff we had a group of engineers, and also we had a group of data specialists who were working on data collection and making follow-ups forms and to create the reports we needed at the end. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah,
Hi.
sorry. Yeah, also have a slightly vested interest in the project. But yeah, Aziz, I just wondered, could you maybe say a little bit about the context that the team were working in as well, around what was happening to the hospitals and around the hospitals, the sort of security situation they were dealing with?
Yeah, like at that time, and continuous bombing to the region, and people had to go through like really unsecure roads and ways to collect data and to look for medical items to repair and to make. It was not really an easy job. People had really shown like great effort, and they risked their life just to make sure that to give the maximum impact to people and to make sure that to keep all medical facilities working as needed. So yeah, I think you can imagine what is a conflict zone looks like and you can imagine like how that's difficult for people to move around and to look for data, and also to look for devices, and to move from the hospital back to the workshop and the workshop back to the hospital, and just to make sure that they are doing the right thing. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
I know. Thank you, Aziz. So it was, we have a couple of minutes to spare. I don't know if we have here on stage. Remember? We have here Andrew. Andrew, do you want to go right away?
Sure.
You want to wait?
Well, I might try and share an extra one.
Oh, you want to share an extra one?
Yeah, is that okay, Anna? Yeah? Okay. So I have it on AirDrop.
You want to airdrop it to here? To guest. I don't know if this is. There. Turn on Bluetooth. I thought it's Rebecca's phone.
Whoa, there's a lot of people with AirDrop.
Rebecca's that one. There we go. Okay.
I'm just going to talk about this whilst we've got some time.
Is
if
this
it's
one?
okay. Yeah. please.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. Okay, so we're gonna have a little intervention by Andrew Lamb before his actually talk at 5. So
Yeah.
welcome to the stage, Andrew.
Thank you. Hello. I hadn't planned to be delivering this presentation. I haven't seen the slides yet, but I'm really excited about it. So I'm just going to talk about it for a little bit. I was invited to participate in a workshop in Hamburg called the Open Toolchain Foundation, because I have a role in a group called the Internet of Production Alliance. I'm the chairman of the Internet of Production Alliance, which is all about trying to create distributed manufacturing. And what the Open Toolchain Foundation is trying to do is it's got some funding, various European funding, the city of Hamburg and various partners. It's trying to bring together open source software ecosystems. The tools that you need to use to make things right now generally are a mess, and you have to go from you might find an open source tool here, but then you have to go to a proprietary tool, and then you have to use a proprietary converter, and it's a real mess going, the process of design to production is that tool chain is closed and messy. So the idea of the Open Toolchain Foundation is to bring together a number of tools and to develop a number of tools that will make that process easier. And because we had some time, I thought it would be a good opportunity to share it. And but the experts in the project are from Hamburg with us there. Could you raise your hands, Anna, Tobias? Hello. So this is the key slide. Going from concept, using tools like FreeCAD, BlenderCam, Linux CNC, and then also considering the product and recycling stages. That's the chain that they want better software engineering tools for. And they're registering a foundation. They're currently in the process of going through the setting up of the foundation, setting up a website, setting up a legal entity to be able to be the home for this tool chain. So watch this space. The tools that are supposed to be collaborative as well. It's not just for an individual user using one particular piece of software, but it's also supposed to enable teams and empower teams. So the kind of thing that you can get perhaps in some high-end proprietary software you might be able to find from the Open Toolchain Foundation in the future. This is why I'm so excited about it, because my work has really needed it. And at the moment, it's going to be grant funded, if I'm not wrong. So the idea is to really make appeals for funding from institutions, particularly engineering related organizations that are interested in supporting this sort of tool, because then you've got to be able to democratize engineering. And there are plenty of donors interested in that. You've got to try and fill the gaps. So the idea is that the Open Toolchain Foundation is trying to figure out where the gaps are in the current tool chain to support and augment communities in improving the existing tools, but then filling in the gaps as well. And there's some information about it to get involved. I'll tell you what, I'm really excited about it. So that wasn't my presentation, but I just thought I would share it because it's really cool. And sign up and things. Norella, can I show my presentation, please? Am I still on the camera if I walk over here? Yeah? Okay. Thanks. I walk a lot. Okay, so I'm going to be talking with you now about humanitarian making. We've heard a little bit from Aziz just then about the use of making in a disaster zone, in a conflict zone in Syria, to repair and to make medical devices. There have been, over the last few years, a number of organizations that have started using making as part of their humanitarian programming. That includes United Nations organizations, big NGOs, but also small businesses that are responding to local disasters and makerspaces themselves. So a little while ago, I put up a website called Humanitarian Making, and the idea was for it to be a conference and then a community of aid agencies that are interested in doing what you guys do in the Fab Lab movement, in using making in disaster relief as a routine part of programming. You may have heard there was a pandemic, so the event didn't happen, and since then a lot of funding has been reallocated, so some of the momentum behind making in the aid sector has decreased. But there is a lot of it taking place in the Ukraine response now, because Ukraine has a number of Fab Labs and makerspaces. And GIZ, Julia's project here, is all about trying to have mobile makerspaces and Fab Labs responding to the emergency. So there's quite a bit going on in the field. And I commissioned a report. Yes. Let's wait for that. The application of maker technologies and skills for the benefit of humanitarian development aid. That's the definition of humanitarian making. There is a big focus on maker spaces, but it encompasses anything to do with what we talk about at the Fab Lab events. Normally, if I was presenting to a humanitarian aid audience, I would have to show pictures of what a Fab Lab was, or what a 3D printer was, or even what a hammer was, because a lot of aid agencies, a lot of people don't know what, a lot of humanitarian aid workers don't know what these things are, and they don't know about how you make things. What they know is managing projects, what they know is psychosocial support, what they know is running medical programs. So the idea that Aziz might turn up and say, hey, you could start fixing your own or even making your own medical devices in Syria blows their mind. And that's what humanitarian making was all about. Really, as a phenomenon, it's only in its first decade of work. Like, the maker movement is only really being applied in the formal humanitarian sector over the last 10 years. Initially, in a very small way with like 3D printers and disaster relief, but increasingly getting bigger and bigger. Local manufacturing is generally not the focus of humanitarian making. So the idea of, you know, factories in Bangladesh making PPE to supply to the Rohingya refugee camps, that isn't necessarily making. That's seen as more as local manufacturing. And a lot of that stuff has been around in the aid sector for a long time. They often do buy local supplies. And going way back, the idea of people providing aid, making the supplies that they need, making the aid that they need, has a long tradition. The Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, which is in many ways the moment when the Red Cross was created, was the defining moment of the creation of the humanitarian system. Hello, Emilio. The creation of the Red Cross movement was as a result of a book called Memories of Solferino by Henry Dunant, where he witnessed what was happening, a bit like what Aziz was saying in Syria, but in conflicts in Europe. And what he saw as the soldiers and the civilians were coming back from the front lines into the nearby villages, is that the townspeople were taking the soldiers in, no matter which side they were from, and caring for them. And they were doing things like making cotton wool and bandages, the material you need for bandages, to help treat the injuries of the soldiers. So making has been around since actually even before, making in response to disasters has been around even before the formal humanitarian system existed. But generally what happens now in the aid sector is they have a catalogue of supplies, they have enormous warehouses where they keep them all, and then when there's a crisis, they fly all of the stuff in. So making isn't really part of the paradigm of disaster relief. And the maker movement is changing that. So, I commissioned a report using some funds I got from the Shuttleworth Foundation, which was meant to be a snapshot. I commissioned it towards the end of 2019 with the idea that it would be launched at a conference of aid agencies in Geneva, in Toulouse, sorry, in May 2020. That turned out to be bad planning on my part, because no events were happening when May 2020 came around. The report is strongly associated with the spread of maker spaces, because it is looking at the maker movement. It describes some of the challenges of reaching the tipping point in making the kind of stuff that makers do, the kind of stuff that you guys do, going mainstream in the aid sector. I would like to give you a copy of the report, but I haven't published it quite yet because it all needs to be updated because of the pandemic. So that's why it says coming soon. But the point is to stimulate conversation, and that's what I want to do today. Not to evaluate humanitarian making, to say whether, quite frankly, the work that Aziz was talking about in Syria was any good or not, because his work speaks for itself. That evaluation has been done. You could help 5 times as many people with the same amount of money if you took the approach that he and his team were taking. But to really talk about the observations, perspectives, and trends of the United Nations, of Save the Children, of Oxfam, of the Red Cross, taking on the kind of things that you do in their work. Now, it does also talk about development. So one of the things in the industry of disaster relief, of development aid, you might have an overall category of aid, and it splits into 2 of humanitarian, which is disaster relief, saving lives, and development aid, which is poverty reduction, making lives better. And there is quite a strong distinction between the 2 of them. Now, this report and the work of the maker movement, quite interestingly, blends the 2 together, which is something that both sectors really struggle with, particularly as climate change is leading to more disasters. So developing communities continually get knocked back, and you need to build up local resilience. It was based on key informant interviews from all over the world, and also based on a literature review and an extensive grey literature review. So, makerspaces. In about 2006, there were fewer than 50 makerspaces, according to various academic journals, and in 2016, there was more than 14,000 makerspaces in the space of a decade. We ended up with 14,000 makerspaces. I don't know what the number is now. I don't even know how you'd count them anymore. UNDP alone has, the United Nations Development Programme alone has 150 makerspace type labs. The report showed that there were makerspace or additive manufacturing, digital manufacturing facilities in 26 countries that aid agencies work in. So humanitarian aid agencies had set up or were supporting or engaging with the making with Fab Labs, the making movement with Fab Labs in 26 countries. And the main sectors they were working in was health, because of the pandemic. In the first few months of 2020, that was a big concern. Livelihoods, wash, education, shelter, and then there were some cross-cutting issues. So I'm going to talk about each of those. Medical implements, medical consumables, prosthetics and orthotics. There's a lot going on around prosthetics and orthotics at the Fab Fest this year. And then, of course, PPE. These were the main things that makerspaces and makers working in humanitarian relief were making. What was interesting about the discussion about this is that really before the pandemic, medical devices and the health sector was really of minor it was so difficult to get into. It was a small part of what makerspaces were doing in many countries. But then because of the pandemic, everyone was thinking, well, we've now reached a tipping point. People see why we need to make things locally rather than fly them in, because all the supply chains had stopped, being the main reason. So livelihoods, this was the thing that basically everybody mentioned. All of the aid agencies we interviewed, whether it was about economic development or vocational training or entrepreneurship, livelihoods was really one of the main purposes of humanitarian making. We see that in all 26 countries. It's often combined with traditional entrepreneurship and livelihood training. So traditional entrepreneurship in the humanitarian sector might be even just basic training in financial management, and livelihood training is often sewing, carpentry, hairdressing, vehicle repair. Like there's a whole range of, catering, hotel skills. There's a whole range of things that aid agencies will try and train refugees and people affected by disaster in, so that they can get their livelihoods back. It was mainly in the protracted crisis or recovery phase. That basically means if you fly in after a hurricane has hit Fiji, a tropical cyclone has hit Fiji, you aren't really going to find a lot of humanitarian making taking place. But in the recovery phase, later on, after the life-saving work has been completed and it is about recovering and getting back to normal, that's when you see a lot of the livelihoods work taking place with the maker movement in these areas. And in protracted crises like in Syria or like in Bangladesh with the Rohingya camps, or even in northern Kenya, where you have refugee camps like the Kakuma refugee camps that have been there for decades, or the Dadaab camps have been there for 4 generations. Significant success in livelihoods, but it's small scale. So not everybody goes on to get a career in making things, in making a product, or in prototyping or design. But what we find, I'll come on to a little bit later, what we find is that there's lots of other benefits, which are actually the primary benefit. Prototyping was the main thing. We have to combine it. If we're going to do more of this kind of making in the humanitarian sector, we have to combine it with entrepreneurship training, market analysis, soft skills. That's what the report found. And Susan, if you can put your hand up. Susan led a program in the Middle East, in Iraq in particular, where 4 makerspaces, fab labs were set up, such as the Abil Innovation Center. Is that what it's called? Abil Innovation Lab? Abil Innovation House, thank you. And they were doing this kind of training, really leading the way in making sure that not just how to use a 3D printer, but how to use it to make a livelihood. That was really important. A lot of the success of the livelihoods is not to do with the making itself, it's to do with the system they're working in, such as, are refugees allowed to have a job in your country? That's a pretty big deal. In a lot of countries, they're not allowed to earn money. And it depends on the local ecosystem, such as, whether there's any market, I suppose, for the products that they might be making in the camps. Water, sanitation, and hygiene. Generally, this was about modification. You did see some creation of wash products. And when it was creation, it was mainly things like hand washing stands. Water treatment came up a lot across the different aid agencies. One particular product, the Surprise soap, has been taken on by quite a number of aid agencies now, and this is a 3D printed toy inside a bar of soap. That encourages children to wash their hands more, and it reduces the spread of things like cholera. So that was quite a successful innovation. I'm quite pleased with that one. I was involved in setting that up, so I'm blowing my own trumpet there. Sorry about that. And then lots of attaching sensors to water supply, or water systems across the aid sector. Makerspaces were being used to educate young people to do STEM activities, particularly trying to promote girls to go into STEM. Often just making materials for schools, even if it's things like board games. And a lot of the education work was delivered as short courses. It wasn't really like spending a year at school, but it was something you could go and do for an afternoon, or there was a school club of some kind. Terre des Hommes had a makerspace in Gaza, and it was all built around training young people who are coming in, particularly young men who are vulnerable to getting involved in the conflict. And Terre des Hommes, I should say, is a Swiss-based international NGO. Terre des Hommes is it's named after a book. In English, we call it Wind, Sound and Stars. Who's the guy that wrote The Little Prince? Anyway, Antoine Exupéry. Yes, I apologize to him for mispronouncing his and misremembering his name, but it's an aid agency that's named after them, and they had a space in Gaza that was doing short courses. The Kenyan Red Cross has an enormous fab lab in Lamu, mainly for development purposes, where they train. The site's like 3 or 4 times the size of this tent, with various different rooms for different activities, and people come in and learn how to use the tools and then run a business. And then shelter. There was a lot in the grey literature around shelter, 3D printed houses and things. On a personal note, don't 3D print a house in a disaster zone, because people need jobs. And like, they've been building houses for generations. They know what to do. Like, pay people to build houses rather than getting a machine to do it, rather than automating the process. There are very, very few cases when digitally fabricated shelter is a good idea. One of them is in child-friendly spaces. Is Charles here? No. Yeah, hey Charles. So Charles from the Philippines worked with JICA to build a nursery, what was it, like a play school? The Wiki House, was it? Yeah. And that needed to be put up really quickly because, well, among other things, children need to be cared for whilst the rest of the town was being rebuilt after a typhoon or an earthquake. Was it an earthquake? Earthquake. Oh, the whole earthquake. I remember now. Digitally fabricated furniture, such as in, hey Pradita, such as in Lebanon after the explosion, the port explosion that devastated a lot of the old town, which is where a lot of the old people lived, because they'd always lived in those houses. They couldn't afford to move out or find a new house, so digitally fabricating furniture in the fab labs in Lebanon, but then also making improvements. In fact, Pradita, who's just arrived from Nepal, worked on accessibility issues, making things like ramps, and in the South Pacific, making things like privacy screens to give privacy to, say, people who had disabilities and needed to get changed but needed assistance and so on. Right. We didn't really expect this. We sort of knew it, but across all of the interviews from all of the aid agencies, the thing that came up as being the main purpose of making, the main outcome of making in these contexts was well-being, and the idea that improving human agency improved people's mental health. Because if you have just lost everything and then you're sat there waiting for the UN to do something, and you're not really allowed to do anything yourself yet, it can be really debilitating. And some people have had generations living in refugee camps in this situation. So the idea of improving human agency, increasing human agency, it is good for the mind to work with your hands. And that's what a lot of the makerspaces found as they were working. It is also about participation and giving voice. So it's this is potentially quite disruptive to humanitarian practice, because the normal way of working for an aid agency isn't necessarily to ask people what they want. They might do a needs assessment and find out what they need, but that is at a very general level, and it often relates very closely to what they already have in their warehouse. So the idea is, through making and participation, people can express more of what they want to do. I'm very happy to say that we are working, or we're trying to work with UNICEF. I'm at the very last stage of a funding bid, but UNICEF has one of the biggest humanitarian supply chains in the world. An enormous warehouse, the most incredible thing with robotic arms and conveyor belts and all sorts in Copenhagen. And yeah, they are sort of, they sort of define the idea of global supply chains in disaster relief. And they are now working on the idea of doing mass customization of aid supplies. So they have an initiative called Voices of Change. They listen to what the people who are receiving the supplies say they want, say they need, and then will adapt the aid kits that they hand out to these people to make sure they actually get what they want. That is seen as an entirely new way of working in the aid sector, and it's something that the previous United Nations Relief Coordinator has said. After all of this time working as the relief coordinator, my conclusion is we should ask people what they want and give it to them. But that is a really unusual way of working in disaster relief. It's quite normal in development, but in disaster relief it's very hard. So one of the other things about humanitarian making is that it can support giving voice and support the participation of people affected by disaster. A sense of achievement and dignity. Yeah. Right. Some other findings. You have a humanitarian worker who has some experience in fab labs, and they might get hired by Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders in Japan, and they get deployed to Kenya, and then they come up with a design for an improved mosquito trap, say. And then they save the design and the documentation for that design on their internal server or on a Dropbox or something, and it never quite reaches Thingiverse or Instructables or Wikifactory or wherever it may be. So it's often stuck inside organizational knowledge silos. You know, MSF UK doesn't necessarily have access to the data, to the files of MSF Japan. So I'm talking really sort of small scale here. It might be one particular office of an NGO that has its own knowledge silo. But then you also have knowledge silos in particular platforms like the ones I mentioned. So there is no place for that. Quite frankly, most humanitarian relief workers don't know about Wikifactory or Instructables or Thingiverse, or, you know, these aren't normal websites that come up in a normal search. So this is an area where there's a lot of transaction costs in finding the good designs, and then the documentation for it can be really ropey, and you're never quite sure whether what you're going to make is actually any good. So you end up getting frustrated with design sharing platforms, and the effect is to take time away from having an impact in the disaster response towards iterating downloaded designs. One of the aid agencies we spoke to said for a face shield, they downloaded a face shield for the pandemic response, it was only after 27 rounds of iteration of making the thing, testing it with the local medical center, 28 times they spent trying to get the design right of doing that rapid prototyping, that they actually reached something that they could use. And you know, there needs to be a place where designs are known as being ready for the field. And I'm going to show you a website in a bit. In-house designs are the norm. People saving things on SharePoint or Dropbox or Google Drive and never shaving them further. Right, the actors. And actors is not like actors who get involved in disaster relief. Angelina Jolie flies in. Actors is the language we use for like who has a role in a disaster response. Angelina Jolie has a role in a disaster response, but mainly in fundraising. I don't know what I'm talking about. Hang on. Democratization of productions has clear implication for resource-constrained contexts. I don't need to tell you that. We're in Indonesia talking about the maker movement and what it could, and we're talking about fab cities and the benefits that that could bring to an island like Bali. But the idea of decentralizing production in humanitarian settings is really quite new and novel. And it can only really be applied to fairly simple items that don't have a lot of electronics, that don't have intellectual property protecting them, and that that are fairly openly regulated. Humanitarian making attracts a wide range of actors: universities, small businesses, local manufacturers. You know, a factory that might be making plastic plates in Bangladesh is now suddenly making hand washing stations or buckets. The establishment of small NGOs and social businesses that work on humanitarian making. What you see is that aid agencies don't want to be manufacturers. Often fab labs and makerspaces don't want to be manufacturers either, but their members do. And so you see spin-out companies. There's a guy staying at my house at the moment whilst he's studying in the UK called Ramchandra Thapa. He set up a business called Zena Technologies, which is a spin-out of a spin-out of his apprenticeship with an aid agency. There's a clear delineation between actors working directly with disaster-affected communities and those trying to drive change. So basically, you have two types of people working in humanitarian making. The people who are just making the things and saving the lives, and then the people who are trying to change the system and trying to find ways to provide services to them or provide consulting or whatever to try and get them to change their ways. And that's a testament, and the reason there's a clear delineation is because it's a lot of work to change the system. Only one interviewee out of the 23 said they had successfully partnered with a large humanitarian agency. Now that might be because you think the humanitarian agency is bureaucratic, the big UN organization. It's actually because they said the maker movement is hard to connect with. They might get in touch with the Fab Foundation, or they might get in touch with the local makerspace, but the local makerspace has got a lot going on already. And may not know how to engage with the humanitarian system. How do you start making aid supplies when you're funded to do education and training, and you've got, you know, Arduino workshops to plan for next week? The connections between humanitarian making actors and traditional humanitarian agencies are still weak. The aid sector doesn't really understand what we talk about at the Fab Lab events. You know, the idea of downloadable hardware designs, the idea of Even, you know, things which I now think of as commonplace, such as 3D printing. There's a big problem area around regulation and quality control. It was an acute issue during the response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And it's not unique to humanitarian making. It's faced by the wider maker movement. How do you make a product that is certified by the Kenyan Standards Bureau to be able to... Hello. My wife has just appeared. How do you get a product that's certified by the Kenyan Standards Bureau? Because if it's not certified by the Standards Bureau, then the Kenyan Red Cross can't buy it. And therefore you don't have a business, you don't have a livelihood. Your makerspace is not going to make a sale. You'll only be able to give them away for free, and that's a real barrier. Makers have to make sure their designs are safe and effective. That was generally a concern from everyone we interviewed. Moving from a prototype to production with humanitarian making is incredibly painful. A lot of the makers, certainly the makers I've worked with, they're very good at making one item. But then when it comes to having to replicate that hand washing station 250 times for an order to go to UNICEF, that isn't what they like doing. So it needs different skills. So different approaches have been found to do quality control, centralizing through a hub and spoke model. So one of the organizations we spoke to had called Kajenzi.com and .co.ke, a Kenyan organization, as well as an American organization, had this sort of hub and spoke model. I am very happy to, and I think they're very happy for me to name them in particular, because what they would do is they have one person who sort of certifies the designs of what they're going to 3D print before it goes into the different bases in Kisumu or in Mombasa start producing. They work with universities. You know, makerspaces might work with local universities or even the standards bureaus if you're lucky, to get testing done. There's a lot of due diligence needed in choosing what design to make. And because if you go onto GitHub, GitLab, if you go onto Thingiverse, there's a lot of umbilical cord clamp designs out there. Which one is the right one to use? It's really not clear. Certification is a big help. There's an organization called GLIA, G-L-I-A, and they have got Health Canada certified medical devices such as otoscopes, tourniquets, what's the other one? Oh, the stethoscope. Good man, thanks. And then actually something that I'm most familiar with is just having really amazing engineers in the field. So having someone like Syed in the Rohingya refugee camps, working on making accessible ramps into community centers out of recycled plastic, for example. Right. These are the business models we found. Makerspaces don't earn money necessarily from doing humanitarian work. This is a big problem. I've got lots of ideas on how it might be fixed. If you have too, please come and talk to me. Sponsorships could be considered. I think Orange Foundation is funding a lot of makerspaces across sub-Saharan Africa, across Africa generally. Like 100 makerspaces or something across the continent. So there's a lot of sponsorship opportunities potentially that could be used to support that. Again, it goes into some of the issues on the previous slide as to why they can't make a sale. If they can't, just in case it's not clear, if you sell something, legally you're saying that the thing that you're selling has to do the thing that you are selling it for. But if you're giving something away for free, it's kind of at your own risk. There's no legal barrier to stop that exchange from happening. It's only an ethical, humanitarian, and ethical engineering question. So, you've heard of business to business. Well, humanitarian to humanitarian products and services, such as the Terdes Homs makerspace in Greece, supporting students, young people from Save the Children's response with the Syrian refugees in Greece. So there's a service that their makerspace was providing, partnering on responses, but also partnering on innovation. So you might find an aid agency approaching a fab lab to make a new kind of product on a joint funded project. Developing products for sale, and that's often makers themselves in the makerspaces. Local business development is needed for that. In order to support this, we need to develop business model packages or example business models. And also, we have to try and help the aid agencies figure out how to buy locally made products, because they're very much used to doing global procurement. There's an initiative called the Local Procurement Learning Partnership, which is trying to address that. That's the one that's going to be working with UNICEF, hopefully. That's what we found. I've got 3 key challenges for humanitarian making. I don't like this bit because it gets a bit depressing. It makes it sound really hard and really difficult. But actually, change is happening, and people like you know, the Fab Labs in Indonesia will absolutely be involved with humanitarian agencies in the next volcanic eruption, in the next earthquake, in the next tsunami that affects one of the islands of this country. It is happening. Right, a key challenge is design versus impact. You've got to balance co-creation with users against the need for rapid impact. If every single time you're trying to make a humanitarian aid item, you're going to do this in a participatory process, you do rapid prototyping and iterate on the design, that's really going to slow down how quickly you'll be able to have an impact. If you're designing things, you're not making things, and if you're not making things, you're not helping people. So the less time you can spend on design, the more impact you're going to have. So that's why everyone should be recycling old open hardware designs. The problem with that is that participation is a big deal, as we found. The mental health and the well-being aspects is a big part of why we do humanitarian making. So there's a balance to be struck. Often you're competing against the international supply chains. So if it's going to take you longer to make an item locally than it is to import it, aid agencies will just import it. And you won't be able to, your Fab Lab won't be able to sell, or the makers in your Fab Lab won't be able to sell the product. So this calls for greater human-centered design skills by the makers themselves. I'm going to talk about a code of practice in a moment. Right. Another key challenge is to take a systems view of disruption. It's really difficult, perhaps, for you to know, as makers, just how disruptive what you're doing can be to the normal way that the world makes things and to the normal way that humanitarian aid agencies buys things. It's just a completely different way of working, and this is the case no matter how small scale a production run might be, an intervention might be, an education program might be, or whether it's specifically for the humanitarian purpose. That's one of the things that we found. And one of the reasons for that is because there are there are regulations and controls in every country. There are regulations and controls and procurement systems. There are issues around, well, actually, if you start making things locally in a big way, a country might start losing tax revenues or VAT sales or whatever it may be, which can actually be an enormous concern for a lot of countries, which is why they have such enormous duties on machines coming into a country, because they aren't going to make any customs duties on the items that are made internally. So really understanding the current paradigm of production and the system of it, and then trying to work out how you're disrupting it and addressing some of those, considering some of those issues, is going to be really important. To make all of that easier, rather than you having to, as makers, having to learn the procurement systems of every NGO or the regulations in every country that you might do a response in, there needs to be some sharing of know-how. And that, at the moment, that isn't happening. That's one of the things the report's calling for. And there has to be collective advocacy with governments. So, for example, removing import duties on 3D printer filament, or helping to understand that if you are 3D printing a visor, a piece of PPE, that a similar approach to testing the quality of that can be used as perhaps in a mass production process. You need to modify it, but it is essentially repeatable with the right team around that printer. So there needs to be collective advocacy with governments. Another key challenge is that the aid sector is organized into silos broadly represented by something they call clusters. So you have a water and sanitation, a shelter, a nutrition, a communications, a health, and often a supply chain is a completely separate thing again, department. Each of these things are separate departments with separate funds, whether internally or from the United Nations level or even from government donors. It's very, very siloed. And that even goes with, that's even before you get into international development aid. I'm just talking about disaster response money, not poverty reduction money. So the thing about humanitarian making is that it enables innovation across all humanitarian activity. It can be a supply chain intervention, it can be a livelihoods intervention, it can be an education intervention, it can be a health intervention, all at the same time. And it can help create resilience and jobs, which is a bridge to the what we call in the jargon the nexus with development aid. That is an enormous opportunity, but it's a real bugger when it comes to trying to get funding, because it's really hard when the funding is organized in this way to try and get funding for something that looks like it might be in someone else's department. So positioning, it is an innovation, jargon again, it's a positioning innovation that can reconfigure the way aid works. In other words, it's a catalyst to break down these silos. And not a lot of people like that, because that's the way their jobs have been defined and their budgets have been defined for decades. So, yes, like I say, funding and bureaucracy is tightly aligned to the sectors, so trying to change that is difficult. We've just heard from Aziz about replacement and repair. That 2-year project in Syria, if I may say so, Aziz, hasn't been funded again. He's just shown you the results in the previous talk that showed that for a number of those items, it was 80% cheaper to repair or to make locally. It defies belief to me that project hasn't been funded further. And a lot of the reason for that is because the way that the aid sector is organized is basically to keep buying new medical devices, keep buying new machines. And so, yeah, replacement and repair is underutilized, but it could potentially be funded through development aid. A lot of the people we were talking to were humanitarian actors, not development actors, so they weren't accessing that kind of funding. The supply chain benefits of manufacturing locally could be enormous in the aid sector, but examples are really very rare, and scaling that up is very hard. So there are only a few examples of a maker-designed product being turned into something that can be injection molded and produced at scale. Really hard to sell to aid agencies, because in any given disaster response, let's say Aziz was just speaking about Syria, there's probably about 80 different organizations just operating in a single response. In Ukraine, right now, there's going to be like 500 or 600 organizations because there's so much money for that response. In the Nepal earthquakes in 2015, 2016, there were 80 Red Cross organizations just in the one response. There was Red Cross Nepal, there was the Qatar Red Crescent, there was the Chinese Red Cross, the British Red Cross, the American Red Cross, the Turkish Red Crescent. 80 just the Red Cross organizations, and none of them are talking to each other. So it can be really hard work to engage with them for too little reward. The quantity that they might be able to order can be quite low, can be quite small, so you don't get the margins that you might be needing to be able to fund things. And also, maker spaces, by their very nature, we hope, should become part of the communities that they're embedded in. So, you know, the maker spaces in the Philippines are there before, during, and after any particular cyclone or any particular disaster, and hopefully will be for decades to come. And there's about 80 fab labs in the Philippines, all the different islands. And so there's an enormous potential for them to be able to respond to disasters locally. But humanitarian funding and humanitarian agencies are transient. They might only be able to do a 6-month project, and then suddenly, you know, the aid, you know, there's a crisis, loads of money comes in, and then it goes down, you know, the project ends, the money runs out. Where does the talent go? Where does the staff go of the makerspace? So there's a difference in the timelines there between makerspaces and the aid sector. Oh, there's another challenge. I forgot about this one. This one's really interesting, actually. We don't make a lot of stuff in the aid sector. We make very small quantities of a lot of things. And generally, the aid sector needs a large quantity of a small number of things. So you could meet in the middle somewhere. But we're talking about, you know, 3D printing, which is much, much slower. You'd never 3D print a bucket, but the aid sector buys a lot of buckets. I did see someone who 3D printed a bucket for Oxfam once. It took them 3.5 weeks to print it, to make one. They're never going to do it again. But Oxfam will be buying 25,000 buckets, just even for a small-scale response. The key is going to be providing a set of methodologies and practices that enable local makerspace users to scale up successful prototypes. And we need in the maker movement, I think, to really think about who these spaces are for. In many of the countries we work in, the resource-constrained environments we work in, the idea is that they should really be supporting local employment and SMEs. So the makerspaces and the Fab Labs should be much bigger. They should be spaces of production, not just of education. And there's only very few in the world, like Motive in Uganda, in Kampala, which doesn't have like 2 or 3 sewing machines. It has 80 sewing machines. And they were churning out, and the place was certified by the Ugandan Standards Bureau. I can't remember the proper name. So that they could, in fact, people could come in, make a mask, and sell it. There are aspirations, a lot of which I'm very closely involved with, to create significant distributed manufacturing capacity through a network model. Sometimes that's internal to an organization, using shared designs on an intranet page. Sometimes it's across organizations with the thing I'm involved in, the Internet of Production. That has many theoretical advantages, and we're saying theoretical at the moment in this report because, quite frankly, none of these aid agencies have used the Internet of Production yet to make anything. There are various projects and funding coming through now from the European Commission to make that happen. There's a talk about the MAKE project, which is about connecting together African and European makerspaces. That's coming up later in the week. And the COVID-19 pandemic, everyone saw as a tipping point for scale. At a personal level, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, I had people from the UN and from Oxfam and from Save the Children, from Mercy Corps, from these phoning me up saying, that thing you were talking about 3 years ago that we didn't fund, did you ever do it? Because we could really use it now, because the pandemic has changed their opinion on whether local production was necessary or viable or of interest to them. The Red Cross Code of Conduct, the fundamental building blocks of what it means to be a humanitarian working in disaster relief. Things like you help people because they're human, no matter which side of the conflict they're on. Things like you cannot be biased because of gender or religion. All of those fundamental principles of humanitarian aid include the idea that responses should be built upon local capacities. Well, Fab Labs are now part of those local capacities, and humanitarian aid agencies absolutely need to start using them more. They've started using them, but a lot of aid agencies don't recognize that the technology base, such as digital fabrication, has really changed out there in the world. We've gone from 50 to 14,000 makerspaces between 2006 and 2016. A lot of aid agencies haven't noticed because that's not their world. Honestly, why would you, if you can make it locally, why would you fly it in? You're putting people out of work, you're creating carbon emissions, and it goes against the fundamental principles of humanitarian relief. So we have to be able to make things locally, and access to makerspaces and maker technologies. These 26 countries, these 23 organizations we interviewed have been part of that transformation, the growth of the maker movement around the world. The makerspace in Gaza, for example, was there because of a humanitarian aid agency. But it has to now be mainstreamed as a significant tool in the humanitarian toolbox. It has to be as, in my belief, it has to be as routine as giving out food aid, as giving out grain, bags of grain, or giving out bars of soap. So, the font has changed. This research was conducted by a researcher called Ian Gray. He's a humanitarian innovation expert. The interviews were conducted with support from Cecilia. It was reviewed by Anna. Thank you, Anna. And Rick Shrevs, from, who was at the time the head of innovation at Mercy Corps. It was funded by the Shuttleworth Foundation, and The partner organizations behind this report were Field Ready, Mercy Corps, and Terre des Hommes. I'm really sorry I haven't published it yet. It's a Word document. I've got a printout of it in my satchel. It didn't make any sense to do it during the pandemic because it was supposed to be launched for the conference, and then the conference hasn't happened, and now my money's run out. So I'm going to try. This is the launch, I guess. I just can't give it to you. Thank you. I promised in the description that I would mention some tools for this event. So, when I was working with Field Ready during the pandemic, aid agencies started phoning me, like I said. They asked 3 things. How can I find and buy locally made supplies? Aid agencies were asking me, how can I locally make things in my work in Uganda or in Mexico, or wherever it may be. And they were also asking how to enable local manufacturing, how can I make them ourselves? So there's an initiative, I mentioned this already, the Internet of Production. That's trying to address that one. This one, I'm trying to create a humanitarian hardware accelerator to make things like buckets. Somebody who knows how to run a business is really needed for that, because I'm not good at selling things. I'm good at fundraising, but not good at selling things. And then starting to make aid supplies themselves. Well, I've created this website, humanitarianmaking.org. I've worked with Wikifactory to create a repo of humanitarian designs. At the moment, you have to use map.internetofproduction.org to see the machines. It hasn't connected through to the other website, and web stuff makes me mad. I don't know why it isn't talking to each other. But there's a map of manufacturing capabilities coming. We've also published some readiness levels, the idea of, is this a product that's ready to be made? We have a code of practice, and we have some safety protocols. There's going to be more coming. This is the code of practice for humanitarian making. This was a piece of work. I'm sharing this now because it's work that actually started at a Fab event. Which Fab Lab? Charles? It was the one in Shenzhen. Was that Fab 12? Fab 12. So at Fab 12, I met Charles at this event. There was a workshop where we looked at the ethics of making things in disaster zones. And this is a reworked version of that code of practice. This one's quite important. And one of the big fears that a lot of people funding this work are worried about is the idea that these technologies are dual use and could be used to make weapons. We have to be standard bearers. We can't often, in a place like northern Syria, in many ways there is no government. You're in Turkish-controlled areas or whatever it might be, but there is no government, so you have to be the engineer that meets the standards for your own ethical practice. And you change the system, open, equitable. I think everyone gets this because we're in a Fab Lab conference, but these are the ones that are different for the humanitarian making. If you want to get in touch with me, this is my email address, humanitarianmaking.org. If you have any ideas, suggestions, if you find any mistakes or errors in the website, please get in touch with me. I'm very interested in promoting this concept, and I'll be back at next year to update you of any new things that happen. Thank you very much. Any questions? Anna, do you want a microphone?
Thanks. I was interested in the finding about well-being being one of the sort of highest impacts rather than making things. And I was wondering if you could just say a little bit more about that and how you see that. Like, is that a failure to be making things that are delivering the impact, or is it something to be welcomed? And as a follow-on question, so what changes would you make to program design based on that finding?
The reason that was in there is because the humanitarian sector doesn't really have a well-being or a mental health sector. And so there is really very little funding. So one of the ways I would answer your question is we need to have an emergency mental health service in the humanitarian sector. We need experts in mental health and psychosocial help. It's increasingly happening, but that funding is really for basic services. So for like trained counselors or for child-friendly spaces, whatever, and they're very badly funded. So part of it is changing the funding side of things. The other part of it, I can't believe I'm going to say this because I really struggle with this area myself, is that we really need to have better evidence. People saying that there is these well-being mental health benefits isn't the same as being able to prove that to a donor. They often need quantifiable evidence. So what I have been using recently is some work that was published at one of these fab events a couple of years ago, one of the online ones, which is makerspaces in America that have been working with young people with mental health problems in the school system in Maryland, I think it is, perhaps. Apologies to the authors of this report because it has been a couple of years, and using that to help make the case for evidencing it. The other thing is that I think we should recognize, and I think a lot of fab labs do, but perhaps certainly I haven't recognized it so much. I haven't optimized what happens in humanitarian making for mental health benefits. I've optimized it for let's get as many bars of soap out the door as possible, not for the benefits, the joy of making a bar of soap, of designing your own bar of soap. I've never optimized for that. So funding, evidence, and redesigning the programs. I hope that's a beginning of an answer. Kuldeep.
You talked about how there's a lack of design production portfolio for humanitarian making.
Yeah.
There is a lot of prototype designs, but most of them are not improved, or there's no iterations at all. For the private sector, you'd find internal motivation there that as you improve the product, the sales of the product will increase, and you'd have a better product. But in the humanitarian setting, product design that is made by a maker is always already competing with a private product. That is continuously being researched and R&D'd and funded and improved by the private sector, and the maker do not have any incentive there. How do you change that model?
Well, you make better products. One of the reasons why this is an issue is because the people who pay for disaster relief items are not the people who receive disaster relief items. The users are not the customers. And that's why the feedback, the participation processes is such a big deal in the aid sector. I talked about the disruption that would bring. But the idea, the effect of humanitarian agencies being difficult to organize and to work with, everyone has a slightly different bar of soap that they might want, is that the traditional manufacturing sector often doesn't bother working for them. So, in Vanuatu, they're importing soap that was just mass produced in India, in the middle of the Pacific, thereby putting, by the way, this actually happened, a local soap factory out of business because they're giving away free bars of soap that were imported from India. So what you have to do is you have to make a better bar of soap, something that the private sector is currently not delivering. You make it with a toy inside to help children wash their hands, or you improve the design of the otoscope so that the bit that goes in the ear, the 3D printed bit, the bit that goes in the ear is 3D printed and can just be reused and replaced. I've seen repairs. I don't know if this happened with your work in Syria, Aziz. I've seen repairs where the original manufactured part, an injection molded thing on a baby warmer incubator type thing in a hospital, they kept snapping on this particular manufactured mass-produced product. So they changed the 3D printed version to strengthen it. They made a rounded surface and put extra bracing in, and now it doesn't break anymore. So one of the ways you do it is you out-compete the private sector. Not to outthink myself, but the problem with that is if it costs more, does the aid agency buy it? Because they look at two products that seem to do the same thing. So you do have to engage with people and build relationships and say, if you buy this thing, you're not only supporting a local makerspace and creating local jobs, you're actually getting a better product that's going to last longer, and that the people you're giving it to will want more than the stuff you're importing from India that they're flogging on the local market. Is that a satisfying answer in any way? Do you think what I've said is true, or do you think I'm missing something?
I think for a private sector, you are making mass product, not just focus on humanitarian sector. So you're constantly making multiple different types of products. So the customization happens there itself, and you invest a lot of that in R&D work, and you don't just one maker making it. You got 10 different product designers constantly making these products and changing the products. A lot of even packaging is important in terms of like how a product appeals to the user, right?
Yeah.
And so that kind of investment as a maker space, in a decentralized form, is very hard to do.
Maker spaces, makers often don't think about the packaging their products come in.
Terrible
and actually,
packaging.
even just putting a pretty smiley face on the outside of the wrapper or the box for the bar of soap for the child, can make a big difference. I should say, Kuldeep, in fact, you can see from his shirt, works with probably the biggest NGO on earth, BRAC in Bangladesh, in their innovation lab. And he's been working to locally manufacture aid supplies there, working with the fab labs in Bangladesh. Any other questions? Please. Kuldeep, could you? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you first of all so much for your presentation. I just came a little bit late, therefore I am not sure if you touched this
And I
topic.
started early, so yeah,
okay.
sorry.
But my question is about how is this bridging, because if we said that there are not many advances, let's say, in the prototype itself, how is this cooperation, how do you see the cooperation with other companies? How is this open, let's say, innovation in between both in order to bring this earlier stage from prototype to a product?
Yeah. So in the case of, if I can use one of your examples, Kuldeep, the a visor, a downloaded open hardware design for a visor used during the pandemic, that could have been 3D printed in the fab labs in Bangladesh. But what Kuldeep and his colleagues in Bangladesh did was to actually commission the making of the local manufacture of a mold for an injection molding machine, and then worked not with a big injection molding company, but actually some SMEs who do injection molding. Not necessarily in the formal economy, but bringing them into the formal economy to be able to mass produce enormous quantities of this open hardware visor design. In the South Pacific, Krish, can you wave your hand? So Krish Neal works with Field Ready Fiji, and what you've been doing, to use your example, is working with, this is a fantastic story actually. UNICEF approached them to say, please can you develop a prototype with working with participating with people with disabilities for a new kind of toilet, because we have latrine slabs, flat things, and people in the Pacific don't squat, they sit. They don't squat to go to the bathroom, they sit. Also, people in the South Pacific are very big compared to, say, people in South Asia. So they kept breaking the latrine slabs. So Krish worked with a local mold manufacturer to make an aluminium mold for a rotomolding process to design a new kind of toilet. So the mold was made, the design was made, iterated on, then making a mold. And then that company now has several molds, and it mass produces these new improved toilets that are made locally. So the most direct way of answering your question is make a mold. The key is finding someone to pay for it, because the high capital cost is quite a risk compared to the certainty of the market for a lot of manufacturers. So for both Krish and for Kuldeep's example, they got some grant funding to pay for the mold. That de-risked it for the local manufacturers, and then they started producing. Okay, I think I better leave it there. Well, I've got 60 seconds left. Any last questions? Please.
For the next 10 years, what's your plan ahead for the next 10 years?
I'm worried about the next 60 seconds. Never mind the next. We have to change procurement in the aid sector so they can buy locally. We need more open hardware designs, which means you guys have to document more. Could you, Enrico, can you put your hand up? Speak to Enrico about what he did with the Careables project, because that really sets the standard for everybody else. Emilio runs a platform called Apropedia, and more platforms that document this kind of thing as opposed to just more Star Wars figurines. That kind of thing's really important. But then also creating maps of local manufacturing capacity so that aid agencies find out that they can make things locally, because often they just assume it can't. And right now, particularly with the maker movement, that's not a safe assumption anymore. The world has changed. We can make things locally, and we need to bring that into the aid sector. Thank you.
So our next talk is going to be with Kavita Aroa. I think I met you first time in 2016 in India, in Kerala, right? You were doing FAP Academy there. Okay, your presentation is there. You can use this clicker if you want. And
Yeah, is it going to be?
oh yeah, can we stop to presentation, please? Yeah. Do you need two mics?
One is fine. I think this one's not working. It needs to be charged. Thank you. Okay. So hi everyone. It's not just me. My name is Kavita, and I'm joined by my colleague Aditya. So we are going to be talking about e-waste management, reuse, recycling, and repair in Bangalore, in the city that we live in. And we're going to just be giving you a quick snapshot of how the informal sector plays a central role in some of these recycling and reuse practices. Okay, so just a quick list of points. So just for the for the sake of just to be comprehensive, we'll describe what is e-waste, what different types of e-waste people deal with, how the e-waste ecosystem in India is set up, very similar to some other countries as well, and the informal sector, as well as what the Indian government and other communities have been doing in the last 5 years. A lot of things have changed in the last 5 years. And then we'll talk a little bit about the culture of reuse, recycling, and repair in India and how it differs from perhaps the West. And then summarize with some approaches going forward. All right. and don't worry, I'm gonna keep you guys here for a very short amount of time because I'm also in a rush to catch the shuttle to the party. So we'll breeze through this. If you have any specific questions, we'll be happy to answer them. But let's wrap it up as fast as possible. Anyway, so e-waste. So all of you know you use mobile phones, laptops, server equipment, anything that has electronic components, circuit boards, and networking equipment, power cords, even things that are in children's toys, for example, motors and other things, that all constitutes e-waste. And why the separation? Because e-waste can't be treated the same way as you treat solid waste, or organic waste. So, sorry, could you go back? Yeah, another thing I want to do is, another thing I wanted to mention, so like all your white goods, so everything from your large washing machines and fridges to your industrial freezers and equipment that's kept in restaurants, all of that is also part of the e-waste, discarded item category. And an important thing that separates e-waste from other types of waste is that it does contain hazardous substances. So you've got persistent organic pollutants. Some of these pops are they contain forever chemicals, and they're impossible to break down. Oh, sorry. Oops. Oh, yeah, the other button. Yeah, if I want to go back. Okay, so essentially, this is a standard star chart. You've got your manufacturers of equipment, right? You've got suppliers, end users, collectors, and then the regulators, which are mostly in the form of the government. And we've also got aggregators. So aggregators may or may not be the same as the suppliers and manufacturers as they do in certain countries. These are intermediaries that collect broken or discarded electronics, and they break it down and before it is completely supposed to be disappeared. And then we've got resellers and recyclers too. And this is these stakeholders are playing a very important role in the management of e-waste. Before a long time ago, it used to just go straight to the landfill. Okay. All right. So the e-waste ecosystem, and you can see from the image that we've put on this slide, it consists of the formal sector. It consists of the informal sector, and then the government lays out the policies and creates the legislation. And pre-2012, India didn't really have a set of comprehensive e-waste policies. So a lot of e-waste used to end up either in landfills or being broken down by informal aggregators who would essentially, not use the correct handling procedures. They would just be they'd be stored in extremely hazardous conditions, and all the toxins used to be released directly into the soil, the water, and in the environment. And not to mention the actual informal sector workers would directly, consume, not really inhale rather, very dangerous chemicals. And just a quick statistic. So, and to put this into perspective, so from 2019 to 2020, India generated 1 million tons of e-waste, and this was up 32%, from the last couple of years. India is now considered the third highest producer of e-waste globally, after the US and after, they say China, but China's actually done a pretty good job so far. But it's the third highest producer of e-waste in the world. So the informal sector, and my colleague is going to go into depth into the culture of repair. So essentially, they have always played a very central role in the recycling and the repair. And in a way, that's always been one of India's strengths, and a developing economy strength as well. It's not just shared by India, but also other developing countries in South Asia, Southeast Asia in general. So we have the concept of a kabadiwala, or an informal waste aggregator, waste picker, who would actually go to people's houses or collection points and pick up discarded electronic goods. So let's say you have a fridge that's not working and you want to throw it away, and there's no way for you to maybe salvage or repair that fridge. You'd actually give it to your neighborhood kabadiwala, and they would take care of what happens to the fridge after that. At least it's out of your, you don't have to deal with it anymore. So
what does happen today, even today, and used to happen as well, is that the broken electronics change hands from different actors, and so they're eventually to see, like for example, let's say you have a broken fridge or a broken microwave or maybe a broken laptop or even a mobile phone. The first sort of decision point is, can this be fixed? Can I use it in some way? If it can be fixed, maybe it's like just a broken fuse. Maybe it's just a bunch of different components that need to be replaced and reordered. So then that item, if it's of high value, let's say an iPhone or a laptop computer, that actually gets sold as a refurbished item. Sometimes it doesn't have the label of being refurbished, but it gets sold into the second-hand market of goods. If there's no possibility of repairing or retaining those items, then they slowly get stripped for parts. So everything from like the outer casings to the cords to the electronic circuit boards, they're eventually passed down from waste picker to waste picker, depending on which tools they have, and extracted for like their gold, their copper, and their silver parts. But then the disadvantages, and as I mentioned in a few minutes ago, is that they don't use safe and reliable methods of e-waste processing, right? So they release these toxins directly into the immediate environment. But in a way, these entities have figured out how to, reach end-of-life solutions, and that's what's quite remarkable about the e-waste handling that's been going on. I mean, we've always had electronics, right? You didn't just because the government came up with policies from 2012 onwards, e-waste has always been handled in some way or another. So going to that, so in 2016, what the government did is they actually came up with a completely revised set of policies. They said that, okay, we've got to take the informal sector and formalize it. We've got to be able to introduce new schemes. So economic instruments were introduced, such as extended producer responsibility. And this is not a new, this is not new. This is something that's implemented all over the world. And I think they copied it from the UK or something like that. And they kind of fit it to the Indian market. So this is where producers were encouraged to provide not just warranties. Warranties is a separate mechanism, but they were responsible for the e-waste and recycling of the goods that they sold. So they had to actually come and collect, let's say, a broken washing machine or a broken item and do something with it. They were responsible for that. Otherwise, they'd be penalized very heavily. And then we also had a deposit refund scheme. So for example, what some companies do and some manufacturers do is that they charge the consumer an initial deposit for the equipment that they buy. And once that the consumer or set of consumers, let's say it could be even like, it might not be the direct consumer, it could be somebody else. Once they return that item, either in its broken form or in its in any shape or form, whenever it's discarded, they actually give you money back for giving them their item. So for example, Samsung brand cell phones, you want to return it, you can actually ship it back or send it back to the manufacturer, and you'd actually get a check. Well, you would ideally get a check, but in practice, it's either usually like a cash handout or something along the lines of credits that you could use to buy other electronics. Okay, and I did want to show this picture. So, for example, this is a picture of a e-waste processing plant, one of the first e-waste processing plants in India, in the city of Bangalore. And what they've done is they've actually taken as many informal sector workers, and they've given them the formal jobs. So they get paychecks. They've got money into their accounts. They've actually tried to tackle 2 or 3 problems at the same time. And they've given them, professional equipment so that they can handle the e-waste in as safe a condition as possible. Okay, so just to quickly, and Aditya is going to talk a little bit more about some of the innovations. So in Eastern countries, specifically in South Asia, you tend to have a couple of different innovations that happen. So we've got flea markets. So in a given neighborhood, you'll have, like, let's say, an informal area. They call it Sunday market, to be honest. I mean, that's the the collective term for these markets. So it's essentially just vendors that have collected broken equipment, and they're actually reselling it to other people. And it's a hacker's paradise, because if you want to collect parts, or if you want to, like, see if if you can see something, if you can buy something, and they're sold for pennies, just it's very, very cheap. It's not expensive. It's not the same as going into a showroom and buying a new piece of equipment. And then you've also got neighborhood repair corner shops. So, for example, let's say if you've got a fridge or a white good that has broken, you can actually go to your neighborhood repair shop and actually either give it to them as a donation, because you don't want it anymore, or and this also, if you can't sell it yourself, or you could ask them to repair it. And then you've got appliance repair consultants. So, for example, there are organizations that have very large equipment that that cannot physically carry, like, let's say you can't physically carry a fridge to, let's say, your neighborhood shop, if you don't have the means to do so. So then you actually have repair consultants that come to your house, and they actually look at, and they charge the consulting fee. They say that, okay, well, the chip is damaged in this Bosch fridge, so I'm going to charge you X amount of rupees to buy a new chip for you, reorder the chip, get it delivered, and install it. So, it's basically like an end-to-end repair, like handyman service. How efficient it is, I mean, that's still being measured. I mean, there are, reliability is not something that is you can't track it that well. But the fact that this service exists is a big deal. And then you've got nowadays, with the formal sector, the formalization of e-waste, you've got drop-off and collection points. So so the company that I work for, they actually partner with a recognized and licensed e-waste repair and processing entity. So they actually pick up old server equipment and machines that can no longer be used, and they're supposed to responsibly process that. So that it doesn't minimum impact the environment. And then you've got scrap markets, and scrap markets are almost all over the world, where goods and services materials are sold for a given price, and there's an auction. So I'm going to hand over to Aditya now, and he's going to talk a little bit about the culture of repair, and go into detail about some of the innovations we talked about in the last slide. Over to you.
Hi, thank you, Kavita. So the thing about this kind of ties into like the entire Indian mentality in a way. One reason why we have this culture of repair is we want to extract every single paisa of value that we can out of our equipment, and in a way it kind of ties into how we value and price our goods. So something my parents grew up with, for example, is during the 70s and 80s, they had to go through a period where a lot of production of goods was nationalized. So everything from toothbrushes to motorcycles, all of it was produced by the government. They would choose how many units would be produced every year. And more often than not, it was a bit of a running joke that when a kid was born, you would order a motorbike for them. Because by the time the kid would be able to drive and get a license, that's when you would be off the wait list. So the kind of environment that they grew up in and the way that they were able to appreciate their goods and devices, it's quite different from how we treat our appliances now, where we just we want to upgrade our phones every couple of years or buy new ones every. So one example of this is whenever we have any work done, like say if we get a handyman to come in and just install a couple of screws or do any kind of welding or construction work. One thing I've noticed is they never brought in even like the equipment they brought in looked beat to hell and back. It was so when I asked them about it and we went to the place where they got all these tools from, they would buy all these tools second hand and they would just keep using them until something breaks, buy another part, replace it, and the end result is they kind of operated in a way where like the Western hackerspaces and even like hackerspaces and makerspaces that were built in India wouldn't dream of. Like the tools are never properly used, they're abused to hell and back. We keep replacing parts, it breaks, we swap out the motor. The motor fries, we swap that out as well. And the end result is I feel like they are a lot more efficient whenever it comes to using the things that they already have. And another example of this is, so while we were going around these flea markets and places, we actually found that a lot of them still have equipment that's in fairly good condition considering the age it was in. So these are data tapes. I honestly cannot like I grew up while recording my cartoons on VHS, and even I can't remember the last time I saw a data tape recently. So, and these were disposed of recently, like the dates written on them, some of them were being used like a couple years ago. We really do like getting all the value we can out of our equipment. Now, there's one quintessential image that's, if you had to stay on an Indian street for more than 10 minutes, you'd hear somebody walking through going, paper. They have a very distinctive kind of call where they would, they just drive through with their, cycle through with their tricycles. And they will take anything from, like, anything of value. They will, like, they're very resourceful in that sense. On one side, we keep calling them kabadiwalas, which I honestly think we're doing them a bit of a disservice because kabadi means trash and waste. Whereas these guys are taking whatever they can find and generating a lot of value out of it. But nowadays, things are changing. Like modern communications, smartphones becoming more common as well, mean that a lot of them start to develop websites and other tools in which they can organize things like everything from collection points and apps. So you can actually, rather than actually waiting for a kabadi wallet to come by, you can just order a pickup on your smartphone. So it's interesting to see how they are adapting with technology as it ages and changes. Now, there is one repair shop that I actually go to very frequently nearby. And when I was there talking to him about this project and just trying to understand more about how e-waste is handled in India, he mentioned some pretty interesting things. He has a regular customer who comes in for getting his stuff repaired. And the regular had one day he brought in 3 blenders at the same time. And it turns out that the regular's son worked in a IT company. And he wanted a blender, so he bought one and used it for some amount of time. It broke, so he bought another one. He kept this other one aside. And then he used that for some time as well. And again, it broke. And like that, now we have 3 blenders, fairly decent condition, except they don't work. Now, what ended up happening is this regular was, kind of taken aback by his son just buying more things and putting them aside. He was asking, why are you throwing away perfectly decent blenders? He brought them in, had them repaired. Only thing that needed to be fixed was a couple fuses and a switch. Easy stuff. But nowadays, we don't value our goods like he did, because this regular, a man of about 50 years of age, grew up watching his mother grind like daily batter and bread and whatnot with a stone. Whereas this guy the son was just too busy dealing with work. We prioritized that over just having things repaired. And the interesting thing is, because of all these modern conveniences as well, people using apps like Dunzo and making websites for pickup and repair, it's become a lot more efficient. But instead, we still have this attitude of, I don't want to play with this anymore, just order a new one off Amazon. And yeah, I just think we need to, one of the biggest ways in which we can change this is by reducing our consumption. It seems obvious, but we don't think about that. We think about our convenience. Anyway, so to focus on things going forward, there are a number of changes that we are starting to see happen, and I'm really glad that it's about time. Things like right to repair and the recent directives from the EU. So things like the Brussels effect and where they come up with standards such as ROHS or the using certain kinds of chargers. We've already seen pretty remarkable effects from that. I don't remember if anyone here, judging by the audience's age, I think you all remember the time when we used to have like this keychain of chargers, where there would be about half a dozen different plugs and sizes. And all of that's come down now to just a handful of them. And these kinds of effects are really far-reaching in the amount of e-waste that they cut down on. And we are also actually seeing legislation as well about right to repair. Recently, India is now finally, we're late to the bandwagon, but we're finally putting out legislation for manufacturers to be responsible for the things that they make, for providing parts and servicing after the fact. So yeah, that's about all I have to share for now. And if you would like to send us any email or just talk to us, we're here or we're online. Thank you for your patience.
Quick questions before we round all of you up and put you on the party bus. Any questions?
Thank you. Absolutely love the presentation. And I wish my country would do a lot more like this. My house is full of broken things and that need to be fixed, and I can't throw them away because I want to fix them. Did you call it the Brussels effect?
So Aditya has a good story about this. Why don't you answer this question, the Brussels effect?
Yes, so it's called the Brussels effect or the California effect because when the EU often makes legislation like this, like the ROHS directive or the Common Charger directive, they have really far-reaching effects. So I really think that some might say that there's issues to do with, it makes a lot of tech instantly obsolete. People like all the other chargers that were made out there for micro USB and other things are now a lot less relevant. But I think that's a necessary step.
And it's basically because of that legislative push. My understanding is that a lot of that push that came about because of the repair movement lobbying the government for the change. Is that right?
Yes.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think it was for me the most interesting presentation so far in the whole event. Because this is really what I didn't see your one, but for me, what I'm doing at the moment. I have a question. Do you have what I want to do at the moment is teach kids repairing and there are already initiatives in Germany where they have repair cafes in schools. Do you think about but the cool thing what they are doing, they're like a repair shop. They would have normal people come in and then they would repair their stuff free of charge and only maybe give some donation. In Germany we cannot do it like as a professional, because then you have to be like give a warranty and have like a kind of a electrician knowledge. How is it in India? These kind of situations.
Yes, so the local shop that I was showing the pictures of, there is a certain Mr. Niranjan, and he's been doing this for about 25 years now. So the thing is, in India we kind of have this mentality which is it's a double-edged sword. It's got benefits and downsides. We call it, it's generally called Solpa Adjust Madi, which translates to please adjust a little. And the adjust is said in English for some reason.
So you talked about repair shops, right, in Germany? Now, Mr. Niranjan...
Repair cafes. You have
Repair cafe, right, Repair cafe. I've heard of repair cafe. We actually did one in India. It didn't work as well as we thought. These repair shops, they're not licensed, okay? They don't have any kind of government accreditation. They are completely informal. Some of them aren't even registered as businesses that can collect income, and they don't pay. Some of them don't even pay tax back to the country, back to the government. So a lot of these shops are homegrown. In fact, they are the original makers. I mean, they're the ones who actually have the most amount of knowledge. I mean, you can talk about all the maker spaces and hacker spaces around the world. They're full of middle class urban elites, who actually don't know anything. I'm sorry, I'm being a bit pessimistic. Some of them do know a lot. But essentially, I mean, we can't compete with some of these local neighborhood, non-English speaking repair consultants. And they don't need any kind of accreditation. They're not looking for it. They just do what they need and they charge you an amount. If you're not happy paying that amount, okay, take your goods back. If you're happy to pay the amount to get the good repaired, then he's going to try his best. If he cannot complete the job, he doesn't take money from you. So it's really an exchange of values. I mean, if the person can't commit, like they don't take money in advance for services that they can't deliver. It's like you pay after it gets fixed. So I hope I've answered your question about the
Now I understand. Like in Germany or in whole Europe, we don't have this sector. It's people don't get paid enough for these repairs. That's because there's no business. Like that's because the repair cafe is existing. I hope in the next years we can make repairs so valuable that a market like yours will exist in Europe as well again, and that people would pay money to actually repair instead of buying something new. This would actually, and then we don't need so much machines in production. That's what I'm thinking.
I understand, and I think one of the reasons for why you don't have it perhaps in Europe or in the West is because there's a lot of litigation. For example, let's say you give your device to somebody and they've promised to repair it for you. Whereas like in India, litigation is very complicated. It's really, everything is buyer beware. Unless you're buying from a specific brand like a Sony or a Samsung, where a bad product can actually cause a huge amount of reputational damage. Everything is buyer beware. Meeting my friend for a cup of coffee, he promised to meet me and he never showed up. Buyer beware. He hasn't promised me anything. I haven't drawn up a contract with him like you will meet me at 5 o'clock. So everything is buyer beware. So that perhaps doesn't work in a Western context, where you need some sort of a commitment. If your rubbish is supposed to be collected at a certain point, your rubbish will be collected at a certain point. Whereas in Eastern countries, a lot of those rules aren't maybe adhered to. Yeah, and so the incentive system is different. In India, the incentive system, if somebody is able to repair something that is not working, he gets money for it. They get money for it. There are so many actors.
In Austria, they started a program where people can get money, or the repair shops with license shop get money for the repair. So they're trying to incentivize this thing already, but to make it more attractive for a professional repair shop to do these repairs.
And often a lot of these shops also operate on the basis of reputation. Because I was talking to Mr. Naranjan, and he is kind of the central font of knowledge in this entire thing. So people constantly would keep coming in. They would come and ask him questions, and customers would come in and say, hey, how much would this fan cost to repair? And he would give it like an estimate. And often, just as there were as many repairmen coming in, like independent repairmen coming in and asking, hey, I need this part, and how do I fix this part into this machine, as there were customers. And over a period of time, you've built up that kind of network where people trust you for getting things repaired. So a lot of this is like reputation based and knowledge based things that they learn over time, and they sort of pass on to other repairmen.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much everyone for staying until the last minute. Thank you so much. You can join your buses to the party bus at Loca, and see you tomorrow at 9 at BN on the other side. Tomorrow we don't have anything here in the morning. It's on the other side. Okay?